Good morning. Welcome and thank you for joining the Staff Public Workshop of the proposed statewide sanitary sewer systems general order reissuance. My name is Steve Chung, and I'm a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Quality's NPDES Wastewater Permitting Unit, and I will be your facilitator today. We would like to extend a warm welcome and thank each of you for finding a way to join us virtually. As we start this Staff Public Workshop, I'd like to begin by introducing our staff. Today, we have staff from the Division of Water Quality, the Office of Enforcement, Office of Chief Counsel, and regional boards, who will either be presenting or working behind the scenes to make this workshop possible. Beginning with the Division of Water Quality, we have Diana Messina, the Surface Water Permitting Manager, Afruz Farsimadan, the NPDES Wastewater Program Manager, Walter Mobley, the Program Engineer managing the Sanitary Sewer Systems General Order, Renan Haragi, a Water Resource Control Engineer. From our Office of Chief Counsel, I'd like to introduce Tim Regan. From our Office of Enforcement, there is Brian Elder and Laura Drabrandt. And finally, last but not least, from our regional boards, we have Ofsail Oshibodu. A special acknowledgement to Karen Mogus, our Deputy Director of Water Quality, and Phil Crater, the Assistant Deputy Director of Water Quality. Behind the scenes, we have Paul Levy, Chamberlain Hinckley, and Gurgagan Chand, and our Cal EPA webcasting staff. Today, the State Water Board staff will provide an overview of the proposed statewide sanitary sewer systems general order issued on January 31st, 2022 for public comments. There will be opportunities for our staff to answer your questions regarding the proposed order and the ongoing public order adoption process. Today, I would like to present the Water Board's mission. Our mission is to preserve, enhance, and restore California's water resource and drinking water for the protection of the environment, public health, and beneficial uses. Also to ensure proper water resource allocation and efficient use of the benefit of present and future generations. To complete our mission, the State Water Board develops statewide permits, policies, and regulations and supports the 9 regional water board efforts. We advance foundational values, including good governance, climate change resilience, environmental justice, and racial equity. We work through a public process to empower all community voices and work together to provide clean, safe, and affordable water to all Californians. A public notice was released on January 31st, 2022, announcing the availability of the proposed statewide sanitary sewer systems general order reissuance for a 60-day public comment period. Written comments are due by 12 p.m. noon on April 8th, 2022. Today is the first of 2 staff public workshops that will explain the proposed requirements. Our workshop today on February 23rd will run from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Additionally, there will be another workshop tomorrow on February 24th, 2022 from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. The workshop will be identical. However, questions and responses will differ or may differ. Finally, the State Water Board public workshop for board to hear oral comments will be held on March 15th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Future public notices regarding a final draft order that considers public comments will be posted at the Sanitary Sewer Overflow Reduction Program page shown on the screen. You can also subscribe to the LIRS email list for future public notices at the link shown on the screen as well. Don't worry about writing down the link. We will display this link at the break for your convenience. The LIRS list email link will also be on the Sanitary Sewer Overflow Reduction Program page for your convenience. So the purpose of today's workshop is to provide an overview of the proposed general order and to answer any questions regarding the proposed general order requirements. Our goal is to increase participants' understanding of the proposed general order content in advance of the March 15th, 2022 State Water Board Public Workshop and the public written comments due date on April 8th, 2022. Again, all of this information will be provided on our program page. During the current formal comment period, staff does not accept any further informal comments. During this workshop, we ask that you please keep your questions specific to clarifying the content of the proposed general order. Again, I'd like to reiterate that the State Water Board will only consider public comments provided either orally at the March 15th workshop or in written form by April 8th, 2022. This is specified in our public notice that was issued. So today's workshop logistics. The workshop is being recorded and webcasted. The workshop is provided in two formats. First, beginning with the Cal EPA webcast at the link that you see on your screen, and also a Zoom meeting. We do ask that if you are not planning to ask any questions, that you please join our Cal EPA webcast. Our Zoom only allows so many participants, and we'd like to provide those spaces for those that are planning to ask questions. The workshop agenda today includes two presentations. The first beginning with the general information on the proposed order reissuance, followed by 7 sessions providing an overview of the proposed requirements. Again, staff will answer questions at the end of each session and at the end of the presentations. Here's an overlook at our proposed agenda today, beginning with the general information proposed general order reissuance from 9:15 to 9:45 a.m., followed by the beginning of session 1, organization of the proposed general order, and session 2, the regulatory coverage and application requirements from 9:45 to 10:30 a.m. After that, we'll begin session 3, the prohibitions, which will run from 10:30 to 11:15 a.m. And then before we break for lunch, session 4, an overview of specifications and prohibitions from 11:15 to 11:45 a.m. We'll take a short lunch break from 11:45 to 12:15 a.m. to come back to session 5, the sewer system management plan requirements from 12:15 to 1:45 p.m. Session 6 will be the notification, monitoring, reporting, and record keeping requirements from 1:45 to 2:30 p.m. We'll have another short break in the afternoon from 2:30 to 2:40 p.m. And then finally conclude with session 7, the electronic sanitary sewer system service area boundary maps from 2:40 to 3. We'll conclude with next steps, and if time allows, we'll answer any additional questions that we might have missed earlier. So how do we ask questions? At the end of each section or presentation, we ask that you please click the chat icon in the Zoom menu of your interface, that you type your question, and to ensure that you address it to everyone, and that you please do not privately message any individual on our team. And please include the slide number that you are referencing your question to. Questions will be answered either in the order received or current topic discussed. And again, I'd like to really reiterate the staff is not going to be accepting any informal comments during this workshop, and that all must be directed to the State Water Board during the March 15th, 2022 board workshop or in written public comments as specified in the public notice. To keep on pace with today's workshop schedule, we will answer as many questions as we can within our time allotments. If time permits at the end of the workshop, we will circle back to address any remaining questions. I'd now like to introduce Diana Messina, who will provide an overview of the proposed general order reissuance process. Diana is our surface water permitting manager. Diana?
Thank you, Steve. While you were talking, Steve, the screen is just flashing with so many people joining. So thank you everyone for joining. My name's Diana Messina. Excuse the funky background of the Zoom meeting. I'm the manager over the Division of Water Quality statewide surface water permitting programs. I have awesome staff here in the Division of Water Quality that's been working on this statewide order as well as numerous other statewide orders. When you see or hear that we are NPDES permitting staff, please do not confuse that with this general order, as these are waste discharge requirements, and I will go further into that. I'm going to be spending the next several slides providing general information on this proposed general order reissuance. Before I start, I'd like to give a special thank you to all the operators and superintendents that are out there in the field on a daily basis, keeping us as individuals in our communities and providing us safe, healthy, and sanitary living environment for us. So thank you for that. Next slide, please. On this slide, I'm going to go over just some general background that most of you already know, but just to kind of give the context of where we're at right now. Back in 2006, the State Water Board adopted its first statewide sanitary sewer system general order. This was the very first order that provided a consistent basis of requirements on sanitary sewer systems. The existing order was in place for 7 years until the executive director then of the State Water Board amended that order through exec order, and that's order 2013-0058. And that executive order amends the monitoring and reporting program of the 2006 order. So throughout our workshop today, when we refer to the existing order, we're referring to the 2006 statewide general WDRs as amended in 2013 by order 2013-0058. So now 4 years ago, our State Water Board and Regional Water Board staff begun preliminary outreach for a future reissuance. The years brought us to 2021, where Division of Water Quality staff, we issued an informal staff draft order purposely to trigger and conduct a lot of informal discussions with different interested parties. Those discussions were extremely fruitful. We learned a lot. We got a lot of important information. And at the end of January of this year, the State Water Board issued a formal proposed general order for formal public comments. So I hope you're hearing the difference, as our previous discussions were all informal. And now in this public comment period, we're referring to your comments as formal comments to the State Water Board. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Diana. I'm going to interrupt really quick. I don't know if there's a little bit of static coming in on your end of the microphone. I don't know if you can adjust it a little bit to provide any additional clarity.
Let me try. I will try. Please stop me again if it doesn't stop or if it interferes.
Yeah, it's gotten better as you've gone on, but we'll proceed. Sorry about that interruption.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and excuse the sniffling. It's very cold here in Sacramento. All right. Why replace the existing general order? We have heard this question for quite a while now as we provided outreach. If it's not broken, why fix it? We are proposing to replace the existing order to update it, to update the 16-year-old general order per current water board regulations, current State Water Board resolutions, and the enforcement needs of our regional board and our State Water Board Office of Enforcement. The proposed order is also to address climate change impacts and system resilience on a system-specific basis. It's to further address the cost of compliance, to incorporate certified professionals, specifically certified collection system operators where possible. And in the proposed order, we fit them in. We fit in certified operators in the sewer system management plan certification process. The update is also to incorporate updated electronic reporting in our California Integrated Water Quality System, which many of us refer to as Siwix. And this is the State Water Board database. It's a public database that holds all reported information and is publicly accessible. This reissuance is also to clarify existing water code requirements and compliance inspections. Next slide, please. And I'm doing a check-in. Steve, is the static still there?
So I can hear you clearly, Diana. I think it sounds like maybe something might be rubbing up against the microphone, but you're coming in clear. I think you're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so this slide is to put more attention on waste discharge requirements. So what are statewide general waste discharge requirements? Discharge requirements, plural, is a general order issued by the State Water Board under the authority granted by the California Water Code and specifically the Porter-Cologne Act. Waste discharge requirements is a general water quality order that protects waters of the state. Waters of the state include surface waters and groundwater. When we say includes surface waters, that means includes surface waters of the United States, which are federal waters, and non-federal surface waters. We can go further into that with any questions you have. Statewide general waste discharge requirements, this is not an NPDES permit. Non-compliance with waste discharge requirements is not subject to third-party lawsuits unless a Clean Water Act violation is involved. For any questions you have on that, we have our attorneys on our team here today that can assist us in answering your questions. And lastly, enforcement of waste discharge requirements is per the discretion of the applicable regional water quality control board. Next slide, please. On this slide, I'm going to go over the public process for the proposed statewide order and during our entire development. I already touched on the preliminary outreach and the informal discussions we had starting in 2018 and ending in 2021. So now I'm focusing on the middle dot of the arrow and the center box. We're currently in a 60-day public comment period for the proposed general order. Today is the first day of 2 workshops. These are staff workshops in which you are communicating with staff. You are not communicating with board members. We may have a couple board members listening in, but everything that we say here is at the staff level. We want to prepare you for the State Water Board Public Workshop that's going to take place in 3 weeks on March 15th. And also make sure we educate you so that you understand what you're commenting on. As on April 8th, the formal written comment period closes and all comments are due to the State Water Board on that date per the public notice that was issued. Once we close the public comment period and we start looking at the public comments. We take all the comments very serious, and we respond to all the oral comments from the Water Board workshop, as well as all the written comments submitted to our board clerk. As we consider the comments, we continue developing a final draft order. We make modifications to the existing draft per written comments that we agree with, and we acknowledge any comments that we do not believe is appropriate to incorporate into the final draft order. That final draft order is released ahead of schedule prior to a board meeting for the State Water Board's consideration of adoption. This order is a project that is in the State Water Board's 2022 strategic plan, which is posted on our website. Which means that we as staff are dedicated to finalizing a draft order this calendar year to take to our board for consideration of adoption. For whenever this order gets adopted, it does not become effective until 90 to 120 days after the adoption date. So that's called the effective date. And the effective date is when the requirements placed onto the enrollees takes effect. Until that effective date, the existing order is still in place and enforceable. Next slide, please. Here I'd like to show and acknowledge that our Division of Water Quality staff did not work in isolation in developing this order. We had full internal collaboration with regional water board staff, as well as staff from our State Water Board Office of Enforcement. Next slide, please. And we are continuing active external collaboration with any interested party that chooses to collaborate with us as we proceed with this public process. We have sent out a formal invitation to Native American tribal representatives, inviting them to speak one-on-one with us and share any concerns that they have regarding this order. We've also have been discussing concerns on the university campuses with University of California representatives, as their concerns are somewhat unique and different than concerns regarding other municipal and publicly owned sanitary sewers. Throughout this entire process, CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, has been extremely active in meeting with us and discussing issues. That's CASA, along with its partners, which include BACWA, SCAP, and Siwix, the Central Valley Clean Water Association. We've had direct input as well as input during meetings from our California Coastkeeper Alliance, and we look to them as the leadership of non-governmental environmental organizations. And we also listen closely to US EPA's expectations when it comes to regulations on sanitary sewer systems. And lastly, but not least, the State Water Board holds a memorandum of agreement with the California Water Environment Association, CWEA. We partner with CWEA as they lead the outreach and the training for implementation of the existing order. They have been for years now. The association certifies operators And the association has been working closely with us for outreach on this proposed order and is already planning on the training necessary for when the State Water Board adopts a new order and implementation of a new order. Thank you. Next slide, please. So that's my overview of the general information. Steve, before I give it to you, Steve, I want to let everyone know that during this workshop, I'll also be a co-facilitator to assist in getting the right person from our team to answer questions. All right, Steve.
Thank you, Diana. We now open it up to the questions portion of this. Renan Harvey will be reading your questions and Diana will be facilitating them. So Renan, if you have any questions ready on deck to read off, I give it to you.
Thank you, Steve. There was a question that was posed, a very informal question regarding if the slides will be made available on the State Water Board website after the workshop. And I believe Afruz responded it, but I just want to make sure that I'll just read the response that yes, the presentations and the recordings of the workshops will be posted on our website on our program page. Other than that question, I do not see any more questions at the moment.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Hi, yes, this is Walter Mowgli. I do see a question coming in from Paul Kazi, Renan, and it states, please explain the issues that UC has with regard to the WDR. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Walter. That UC has, so I assume that's the University of California. Walter, is that how you read the question? Okay, that's what's going to be my assumption. And Paul please
confirmed.
Yes, okay, good. I just saw that in the chat. Well, the University of California representatives have concern regarding the operation and management, as they do not hold a whole crew of certified operators. The universities typically employ an environmental manager. That environmental manager may be a certified operator, definitely has the knowledge and experience to manage their system. But you have to remember, on a university campus, the population fluctuates. So there's those type of issues. The campuses are not populated during certain times of the year, like the holidays and so forth. So the flows are different. They're also very small systems, short systems, and so that kind of lends to different issues. And we're happy to put you in touch, Paul, with one of our University of California representatives if you'd like to have a little more information on that.
Thank you, Diana.
Diana, I see another question that just came in from Nick Holland. Please describe the method for determining the amount of exfiltration from a wastewater collection system.
All right, so that's from Nick, you said. How about if we hold that question for when we are in the session for the sanitary sewer system management plans? So we'll get back to that question.
Okay. Don't see any more questions.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions, we're ahead of schedule and we can just continue to move on. Thank you, Diana, Walter, and Renan for the overview and responses. I would now like to introduce Afruz Farsimadan, who will guide us through a comparison of the proposed general order reissuance to the 2006 general order. Afruz is our statewide NPDES wastewater program manager. Afruz.
Thank you, Steve. Hello, everyone. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank you all for participating in today's workshop. We truly appreciate all the feedback and comments you provided over the last few years. Your feedback has helped us draft and refine this proposed order. My presentation today focuses on explaining the content of the general order and providing a summary of major changes compared to the 2006 order. To keep this workshop discussion organized, I'm going to provide my presentation in 7 sessions. And after each session, you will have time to ask your questions regarding that session. Next slide, please. The first 2 sessions focus on the organization of the proposed order, which is this first session, and the regulatory coverage process, which is in session 2. Please enter any questions that you have regarding session 1 and session 2 in the chat after my presentation, or even during my presentation. If something comes to your mind, you can type it, and we will be answering your questions at the end of session 2. Next slide, please. We have updated the proposed general order format to be consistent with newer water board statewide general orders. This new format facilitates reference to specific requirements and supposed consistent enforcement. Also, in this reissuance, we have avoided using acronyms. Every single term is spelled out. You will not see any mention of SSO. Throughout the proposed order, we use the word spill instead of limiting our reference to sewage discharges as sanitary sewer overflows or SSOs. The main body of the proposed order consists of 6 sections, including an introduction section, regulatory coverage and application requirements, providing information for automatic continued regulatory coverage for existing enrollees, and application requirements for new applicants. Findings to distinguish the board's basis for the updated order requirements. A prohibition section outlining what's prohibited by this general order. Specifications to specify requirements placed on the enrollee, and provisions that explain current regulations and policies regarding water board enforcement discretion and other administrative matters. The 2006 General Order is a 20-page order with findings, requirements, sewer system management plan elements, and regulatory provisions, all blended together without formal organization and distinct order section. The monitoring and reporting program is a separate 2013 order. For full compliance, an enrollee must be aware of and follow 2 separate documents. We learned that some enrollees are not aware of the updated 2013 monitoring and reporting requirements. Next slide, please. In the proposed order, we provide all the requirements in one organized document containing the main body of the order and 8 attachments. One reason this proposed order looks lengthier than the 2006 order is that we have included all the detailed information needed to understand how to comply with this order requirements in the attachments. The 8 attachments, A to G, are part of the order and therefore enforceable. Attachment A is definition, which defines major terms used in the order. Attachment B provides the official application for enrollment form for new applicants. Attachment C provides the official notice of termination form. Attachment D provides detailed information regarding required notification, monitoring, reporting, and record keeping. Attachment E2 summarizes the notification, monitoring, and reporting requirements in attachment E1 for the different spill categories. Attachment F provides criteria for equivalent accredited collection system operator certification programs. And then finally, attachment G provides the official contact information for required notification to the applicable regional water quality control boards. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to move on directly to session 2 and go over information regarding the continuation of regulatory coverage for existing enrollees and the application requirement for new applicants. Again, please add your questions for session 1 and 2 in the chat, and we will answer your questions after this session. Next slide, please. For existing enrollees under the 2006 General Order, to continue regulatory coverage, the enrollee's legally responsible official must provide an electronic certification in Siwix, which is basically checking a box confirming the continuation of coverage. This electronic certification must be conducted within 60 days prior to the effective date of the General Order. An enrollee continuing existing coverage is not required to submit a new application form or pay an application fee. The annual due date remains the same as the previous order for existing enrollees. If an enrollee under the 2006 order does not certify the continuation of existing coverage in Siwix, they are considered new applicant and will have not regulatory coverage until the Deputy Director of Water Quality approves the new application package. Next slide, please. Section 2.2 of the General Order outlines the process for obtaining regulatory coverage under this order for new applicants. Within 60 days prior to commencing operations or taking responsibility for operation and maintenance of a sanitary sewer system, the legally responsible official must submit a completed application package. The application package includes the completed application for enrollment form that you can find in attachment B and must be certified by the legally responsible official. Also include the application fee per the current State Water Board fee schedule. The application fee for this general order is based on the sanitary sewer system's threat to water quality and complexity designation of category 2C or 3C, which is assigned based on the population served by the sanitary sewer system. The proposed order also provides regulatory coverage to private system owners that are ordered by a regional water board to obtain coverage. This application process therefore also applies to a private system owner that must obtain regulatory coverage. Next slide, please. This slide shows the regulatory coverage approval process for existing and new enrollees. For existing enrollees who certified the continuation of existing regulatory coverage form in Siwix, the legally responsible official will receive an automatic email from Siwix, which serves as the notice of applicability and confirms the continuation of coverage. For new applicants, the approval process takes longer. Staff will review the submitted application package, and if complete, the Deputy Director of Water Quality will issue a notice of applicability letter covering the regulatory coverage for a new enrollee, and will assign a waste discharge identification number to the system. If the application package is not complete, the Deputy Director will send a response letter to the applicant requesting that they submit the missing information. The legally responsible official will have 60 days from the date of the letter to address the deficiencies and submit a complete application package. Next slide, please. For a transfer of regulatory coverage, the proposed order requires an existing enrollee to submit a written transfer of coverage request to the Deputy Director. This must be done at least 60 days in advance of any proposed system ownership transfer. The written request must include a written agreement between the existing enrollee and the new owner, acknowledging that the transfer of ownership is solely of an existing system, but with an existing waste discharge identification number. The agreement also needs to include the specific ownership transfer date and acknowledgement that the existing enrollee is liable for violations occurring up to the ownership transfer date, and that the new enrollee is liable for violations occurring on and after the ownership transfer date. Once approved, the existing enrollee must submit a notice of termination. The form is in attachment C. The new owner must submit an application for enrollment form found in attachment B. If approved, the Deputy Director will issue a notice of applicability letter, which serves as the approved transfer of regulatory coverage to the new enrollee. Next slide, please. Now we will answer your questions on session 1 and session 2. Session 1 is order organization, and session 2, regulatory coverage and application requirements. Renan, will you please start reading the questions?
Certainly. The first question I see comes from Lori Perry, and she's asking, when will this continuation option be available in Siwix?
Thank you, Renan. This is Diana. So let me go back to what we started to discuss when it comes to the process. Absolutely nothing in the proposed general order is for certain until the State Water Board adopts an order. So at this time, this answer is per the way the proposed order is written right now. We will not be accepting continuation of existing regulatory coverage until after the order is adopted. So we must have an adopted order in place that allows for existing enrollees to transfer their coverage electronically through Siwix. We assume that, let's assume the effective dates will be 90 days. after the adoption of the order. It can very well be 120 days, but for the sake of conversation, let's say 90 days. The continuation of coverage options in Siwix will be available 60 days before that effective date. So if it's 90 days, it'll be available approximately 30 days after the adoption date. It'll be up for 60 days before the effective date, which is the due date for coverage to be transferred for continued enrollment. Let's see. So I think that answers the question. If you can please text us in the chat if that does not answer it fully.
Okay, I'll read the next question. Comes from Debbie Webster. Since the proposed order is proposing to include private systems that may be existing, what will be the process, and will they have some sort of compliance period to complete an application, as well as develop the required program?
Okay, Afruz, I'm going to let you have this one.
We are treating private systems the same as public systems if they are ordered by a regional water board to comply with the requirements. So they will be considered a new applicant, and they have to go through the process of developing their sewer system management plan, and that the date is their application for enrollment approval date. So they will have 12 months from that date to submit their initial sewer system management plan. Debbie, I hope this answers your question.
And I'll add a little bit more. So when we look to the regional boards, and when they identify a private owner of a sanitary sewer system, they will probably issue out a 13267 order or 13383 order, or an order providing due dates for the complete application to be in. We will be working further with our regional boards to understand how they intend to designate a private owner of a system.
I have a follow-up question from Debbie as well, and she is asking, does the water board plan to notify adjacent tributary systems of the coverage of satellite systems so that they are aware that they are now a permitted system?
Can you repeat that, Renan?
Okay. Does the water board plan to notify adjacent tributary systems of the coverage of satellite systems so that they are aware that they are now a permitted system?
I don't know if we provide information of other coverages. It's something, Debbie, that we can further discuss on how we work with your association and CASA on what information your members may want to have regarding this. So let's consider that an area that may need a little further development, maybe not in the order, but in our partnerships together. And I hope you include any comments or suggestions you have in your formal comments.
The next question comes from Me Right, and is asking, when will these emails start to go out to the legally responsible officials for the continuation of coverage?
All right, that's a Siwix question. Walter Mobley is the technical manager over the SSO system and website, and I'm going to hand that over to Walter.
Thank you, Diana. So as Diana spoke to the 60-day advance period, that's in relation to your question about the legally responsible officials receiving notification. So the LIRIS list is something I would suggest everyone sign up for. But when it comes to the continuation of coverage, if this process goes through and the legally responsible official fills out the continuation of coverage application, it will be an email that's sent automatically within 24 hours that they'll receive a confirmation of coverage.
Thank you, Walter. And for everyone to please keep in mind that not all the contact information in Siwix is current. And so we cannot depend on those emails going to the right person. When we do go forward with the notification process through the LIRIS list, we could also send the same email to all the emails in Siwix. There'll probably be a lot of duplication, and we will probably still have some agencies that may not get the notice simply because their contact information is not updated in Siwix. Therefore, we look to CASA and other associations, so please help us get the word out and make sure contact information in Siwix is updated and folks are signed up on our LIRIS list.
Okay. The next question is from Mary Cousins and states, will the State Water Board conduct individual outreach to current enrollees that fail to certify the continuation of existing coverage?
I'm going to say no, because just out of experience for our stormwater programs, our NPDES wastewater programs, and so forth, we see that many times the bulk of the activity in Siwix and in our stormwater database takes place, honestly, like 3 days, 2 days, and the very last day before due date. If that due date is missed, we have to go to the follow-up process in which the enrollee has to submit a full application package. There's just so many enrollees that as staff, we can't be chasing after folks. What we could consider though is possibly like 2 weeks prior, we reissue out a general email to everyone as a reminder that the continuation of enrollment due date is coming up.
She has a secondary question.
Okay.
Alternatively, could State Water Board share the list of those who failed to certify with member organizations such as CASA, CWEA, et cetera, so that we can conduct individualized outreach?
I am going to turn this over to possibly Brian Elder or the regional boards on if they would want that, or if we actually do that as practice on informing folks of non-compliance. Brian?
Yeah, so this is Brian Elder with the Office of Enforcement. In the past, we have taken on, I would say, bulk approaches to non-compliance. I think this was under the original enrollment under the 2006 WDR, where we did work with DWQ to sort of receive basically batch groups of systems that should have either certified their SSMP or were not complying with the SSO reporting provisions or the annual questionnaire provisions. And so we did look at that. We worked with the regions. I think State Board took the lead on that role, and we did essentially work in terms of compliance assistance with those agencies to get them back into compliance. As far as how sophisticated the system will be in the future to maybe automate that process, there's been some success on the stormwater side that I think Diana was alluding to. with some of the non-filer issues, but I think it's going to evolve over time. So I'm not sure if that 100% answers your question, but I think there would be quite a bit of compliance assistance early on to get folks who want to be enrolled or maybe are not aware that they need to be enrolled or continue coverage, that we assist to the extent we can. And as we did with those previous cases, taking those next enforcement steps if they choose to not comply.
Thank you, Brian. I do want to state that as staff, we will take whatever proactive steps we can. We know not all sanitary sewer agencies are members of CASA and so forth. Right now, the State Water Board, through the Division of Water Quality, has the Wastewater Arrearages program taking place, which is a program that's that is working with collection system and treatment plants for funding purposes. We could look to their information and their list of representatives that they're conducting outreach to possibly piggyback on that to try to reach out to as many sanitation agencies as we can. So with that, we are open to expanding as much proactive outreach because we do not want to deal with it in the back ends through enforcement or through local resources being used to prepare full application packages. So again, if there's any suggestions as we proceed forward, please either include them in your formal public comments or let's have a meeting later in the process on this.
All right. The next question comes from Rosanna Latara, and she references slide 25. How does the 60-day requirement prior to commencing for new enrollees if it is an existing private system not currently regulated but already in operation? And how will a private system be notified of applicability? Diana, you're on mute.
All right, so let's go back to that slide, please. Okay, so for privately owned systems, they're currently not regulated by this order. If they choose to be regulated by this order, or if the regional board tells them they must be regulated by this order, they are a new applicant. They don't fit into the transition process for existing enrollees. So the 60 days, I believe you're referring to, Afuz, this is, I believe, for you, as there's a 60-day time period for complete applications.
It's 60 days prior to the effective date of the order. Oh, I'm sorry, for new applicants. This, if a private system is notified that they need to get coverage, they can submit their application. There is no time frame.
Yes, isn't there, I believe, they have a certain amount of time that if their application is incomplete, they must complete it?
Yes, within 60 days before start of the operation or taking responsibility. For example, if there is an ownership transfer.
Thank you. So there's several 60 days floating around here. So for existing enrollees, which does not include privately owned systems, you have 60 days before the effective date to just have that streamlined, continued electronic process. For privately owned systems, new applicants, if they're out there, we don't know they're out there to enroll unless they choose to enroll or the regional board orders them to enroll. And then once that happens, then they submit a full application package and the process goes forward. I hope that answered the question.
All right. I have a question from James Fisher. Do you envision a phased approach for implementation with this new order to accommodate smaller systems and private, which are new, like the current order did originally, phased in over a few years? I've heard 3 months or 6 isn't enough for many people.
I see. Well, first of all, we all say hello to Jim Fisher. Probably 75% of the audience does too. With the existing order, that was the very first statewide order. So there was a phasing in system because the State Water Board had to ramp up and regulate over 1,000 sanitation agencies. So there was a purpose for the ramping up then. This order, since it's reissuance, there's no need to ramp up the existing enrollees. And so all new enrollees will be coming to us, just either the regional board orders it for a private system, or there's a new application or an application for ownership transfer. So we do not see a need for ramping up. Jim, you're referring to a 3-month and 6-month period that I believe I heard may not be feasible. If you can go back into the chat and let us know what you're referring to, that would be great.
I see also a comment from Rosanna Lacara. She has a follow-up comment. The wording may need to be reconsidered since it seems to imply the requirement applies prior to commencing.
Very good. So I think I'm hearing the wording for continued enrollments.
For private systems, it seems, yep.
That's correct. And that's for brand new construction of brand new systems or for transfer of new owners. That does not apply to privately owned systems that have been the owner because they are already operating their system. So please, with all your public comments, if there is any portion of the proposed order that you don't like, you don't agree with, you believe it can be written differently, more clearer, please include that in your public comments. And we would really appreciate it if, in addition to just saying, I don't like this or this isn't clear, please propose actual language that you would like to see, and that would be extremely helpful to us. Otherwise, we're going to be assuming what clear is.
There's a follow-up response from James Fisher. He indicates the phased in for enforcement is the concern, unless there is some lead time for folks to come up to speed.
Okay, great. So, Jim, that's true. And we hope this, at least the major elements and the intentions of this general order through the development process, and as we're starting to get to closer towards adoption, that enrollees are considering what may need to be done if this order is adopted as proposed. We have extended some of the proposed periods for audits and for sewer system management plans, which AFRUS will get into later. Again, I'm trying to understand the ramping up. The main components of this order that will need to be ramped up for compliance is basically the sewer system management plan updates. And again, AFRUS is going to get into more detail on that later, and we can get into more detailed discussion on that. If again, we're not understanding your question, please go back to the chat.
Let me see if I see any more questions. I do see one from Paul. How will the regional board determine to require a private system to enroll? And will the agency they discharge to be notified of the requirements?
Wonderful. I'm going to facilitate this over. Is Fisayo from our San Diego Regional Board still on our call? And if so, I'd like to get a regional board perspective on that. Steve, do you see him on the call?
Taking a look right now.
Okay.
Let's see.
So until you, just to not keep everyone waiting, Brian, can you please share with us how a regional board would possibly identify a privately owned system that they would want covered under this order?
I think the expectation here, and we'll see, is that there's not going to be thousands of these systems. They're still subject to the same requirements that they would have to be a system comprised of over 1 mile of pipe. I know Jim is on the call, but Jim and I have looked at some of the homeowners associations that are out there. Certainly some private facilities may have systems of this size, but I don't think the expectation is that there's going to be a huge influx of permittees under these private system components. And that may not be the case, but I think only time will tell. I think the reality is that we are going to depend on those agencies that do essentially collect sewage from these types of systems to help us identify them and get that word out. But I'm not sure if that helps. I know it's a little bit of a gray area.
It does, and I can add some to that, provide a little bit of background. When we started conducting our outreach for this proposed order, as staff, we looked at what would it take to regulate all private systems. And then it's like we could not get our arms around that. So then we thought, what would it take to regulate larger private systems? Again, we don't have the information. It'd be too much of a burden on our public systems, agencies, as well as others to gather all that information. So we arrived at where the proposed order is now to give the regional board the authority to identify any problematic privately owned systems that they see needs to be regulated. One of the purposes of a statewide order is to alleviate the workload on the regional boards where applicable and where appropriate. And so we would not want a regional board to spend their resources on developing an individual order for a privately owned system, if we can cover them under a statewide order. So with that, I anticipate that the first privately owned systems that come to us will most probably be those that have been causing problems, that the regional boards have had to deal with, and so forth. We will not be going out intentionally, and State Water Board will not be going out intentionally and identifying publicly owned systems to enroll in this order just on a random basis. Also, for a clarification, in the proposed order, the required coverage is for publicly owned systems of 1 mile or greater. But for privately owned systems, we do not have that 1 mile threshold because we know that there are some publicly owned systems that could be problematic. and they may be smaller than 1 mile in length.
I see a comment from James Fisher. HOAs with over 10, maybe it's meant to be 10,000, but I only see 1,000 homes is a good example for privates, including those with wastewater treatment plants that have attached collection systems. I'm aware of several that could come in.
Yes, absolutely. And HOAs, which have privately owned systems, are probably among those that may have problems because they do not typically employ operator, whether certified or not, to operate the system on a regular basis, like publicly owned systems have. So yes, those are the systems that we hope the regional boards will pay attention to for potential candidates to be regulated by this order.
Okay, there's a clarification question from Rosanna Latara. We did not see the greater than 1 mile requirement specifically noted as the trigger for private systems. Can you verify?
Yes, that is correct. The threshold applies only to publicly owned systems. There is no size threshold for a privately owned system. We did that purposely because it very well can be the system for a shopping center, for an industrial park, and so forth that do not even get close to being 1 mile in length, but does have enough problems in which they're causing water quality concerns and burden on the public agency's jurisdiction.
A similar question from Paul Cosi. Will the regional board notify the agency discharge to? And there is no size for private listed in the WDR currently, which I think you kind of answered. Yeah.
Will you repeat that one more time just to make sure?
Okay. The first one is, will the regional board notify the agency discharge to? And then he has a follow-up comment, no size for privates listed in the WDR currently.
Very good. So, so basically the question is when a regional board contacts a private owner requiring them to apply for coverage under this order, will the public agency that serves the sewage collection of that private system be notified? Good question. If in your written comments or orally at the board meeting, at the board workshop, if you can provide us with some further justification of why that should be done, we'd appreciate that. Any other questions, Ronan?
I don't believe I see any more questions at the moment.
Wonderful. Should we hand it back over to Steve? Ah, there you are, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah, if there's no more questions, your last chance. I'm going to close up this section and then, all right, I'm not seeing any more. I'm going to return it back to Afrus to continue with session 3, Prohibitions. Afrus?
Thank you, Steve. Let's now begin with session 3, the proposed prohibitions found in section 4 of the proposed order. Next slide, please.
Afrus, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt this, Diana. Can you just speak a little louder or closer to the
Sure.
mic?
Thanks, Diane. I will do
Sure.
that. This slide shows the 3 prohibitions. The red font text shows that the changes made to the 2006 General Order Prohibitions. Prohibition 4.1 is a new prohibition in the proposed order and reads, any discharge from a sanitary sewer system that has the potential to discharge to waters of the state is prohibited unless it is promptly cleaned up and reported as required in the order. Prohibitions 4.2 and 4.3 are similar to the 2006 order, with the exception that the proposed order expands the prohibition of sewage spill to include waters of the state, which includes waters of the US, non-federal surface waters, and groundwater. Protection of waters of the state is consistent with other state and regional water board issued waste discharge requirements. Our intention for emphasizing the purpose of the new prohibition is, to expanding it to waters of the state is for protection of the drinking water sources and irrigation water sources. Therefore, Prohibition 4.2 reads, any discharge from a sanitary sewer system discharged directly or indirectly through a drainage conveyance system or other route to waters of the state is prohibited. And Prohibition 4.3 reads, any discharge from a sanitary sewer system that creates a nuisance or condition of pollution as defined in Water Code section 13050 is prohibited. Next slide, please, which is our question. We will now answer your questions on session 3, prohibitions. Renan, please read the question.
And in the meantime, Steve, can you click back to the previous slide so everyone has it in front of them? Thank you. Renan, are there questions?
Yes, I do see a question from James Fisher. It's more of a comment, actually. Were you going to continue reviewing findings? I have comments.
All right. So again, we don't want to confuse folks during the 60-day public comment period on providing staff comments, because informal comments to staff are not logged as official public comments to the board. So if you have comments for us staff, that's fine. We'll listen to them as time allows, but we just want to make sure you know that we don't take your informal comments right now and do anything with them. They have to be either oral during the workshop or written in written comments. Afrouz, were you planning a session on findings?
No, I'm just going, I explained the organization of the order. That's all that was mentioned of the findings.
Okay, then we can go over any questions on findings either at the end or if those findings are associated with any subsequent sessions, we can dive into it then. We'll make sure we get to any questions and we'll go from there.
All right, the next question comes from Paul Cozy. We were under the impression that 4.1 was going to be removed from the order. What changed to keep this in the order?
Okay, thank you. So Paul is referring to our informal discussions that we had regarding the informal staff draft. Those were informal discussions that we needed to have to really think through what should be and what is feasible to be in an order that we ask the state board to adopt. What's kept this back in? I'm going to turn this over to our attorneys we have on our team. We have Laura Drabant and Tim Regan. Laura or Tim, would one of you like to explain what's behind the proposed Prohibition 4.1, please?
Sure, Diana. We had comments from Office of Enforcement, and Laura can add to anything that I'll say, but my understanding from Office of Enforcement was that a discharge that is not necessarily discharging to waters of the state, but has the potential to discharge is still a concern. And in the draft we had out for consideration last year, the informal draft, we had a very strict prohibition. It read, any spill of sewage from a sanitary sewer system is prohibited. And we got a lot of informal feedback that was difficult to comply with, unreasonable. So we've tried to come up with compromise language that will hopefully be feasible and acceptable to everyone. And that's the current draft that we have now out for public comment. And it kind of modifies the earlier versions by saying that if the discharge is prohibited, if it has the potential to discharge to waters of the state. So if there is no potential to discharge to waters of the state, say for instance, it's out in the middle of the desert and surface water, the closest surface water is miles and miles away, and groundwater is 1,000 feet down, then that's not prohibited. But if there is that potential to discharge to waters of the state, it is prohibited. But then we have the big qualifier that provides a path for compliance, and that is it's prohibited unless it's promptly cleaned up and reported as required in this general order. And the order has sections describing what's required for cleanup and reporting. We think those are reasonable. Keeps everybody informed of what's going on. And that's sort of how we got to this point. And if Laura has any different perspective from enforcement, or if the regional boards do, I know this was a concern of theirs as well, maybe they can add to my understanding of it.
Thank you, Tim. And I want to add on that before, if Brian or Laura want to jump in, that a spill or release of sewage from a system that falls under this description in 4.1 is still a spill of concern. If it has, like Tim said, but if it has the potential to reach a surface water or a water of the state, and if there seems like the agency does not have the potential to properly clean it up fully and report that it's been cleaned up, then it falls within a prohibition. Brian or Laura, do you have anything further? Okay, silence is golden. I see. Oh, go ahead, Renan.
I was just going to say, probably we're going to think the same thing, but just as follow up with the same discussion, Paul Cosey was asking also, what is potential? What does potential mean?
Potential means potential. At least to me it does. Tim, is there a legal definition of potential?
I think it's going to be a sort of a case-by-case analysis that will come up in the first instance when Office of Enforcement is considering whether to take enforcement action or not. They'll make an evaluation. I think any word like potential sort of includes an implied, reasonableness requirement. I gave an example of a spill of 1 gallon out in the middle of the desert that's 10 miles from any surface water body and groundwater is 1,000 feet down. I would say in that situation, there's probably no reasonable potential that discharge could make it to waters of the state. Now, as you have a sliding scale and you're in a situation where the spill is 1,000 gallons and it's 10 feet from a surface water, obviously there's potential there. Mm-hmm. Everything in between is sort of a sliding scale that will first be evaluated by Office of Enforcement. Then it will be evaluated by the regional board as they consider whether to take the enforcement action. There'll be public comment opportunities there to discuss whether that potential is reasonable or not. And if enforcement action is taken, there's follow-up with the court available. And those are the kind of fact-specific situations that courts are pretty well equipped to deal with.
Great, thank you. So I know sometimes we want the absolute definition of these type of words. I would say potential means that there is the potential or the ability for that spill to make it to a water. All right, Renan, are there other questions?
Yes, another question from me, right? And it's asking, what's the minimum discharge size to be reported on the current order?
Very good. Afruz, would you like to answer that?
Yes, the current order requires all spills to be reported, but we have included language as an incentive for reduced reporting for spills of less than 50 gallons that if the enrollee meets certain criteria, can just keep records of the spills instead of reporting. I will go into more details on that in the afternoon.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And we'd like to make sure that no one is confusing prohibitions with required reporting. So the prohibitions are prohibitions, but as Afruz said later today, she'll go over the reporting and the spills that need to be reported per the definition of a spill in the proposed order.
Okay, a question from Mary Cousins referencing slide 30 as well. In the State Water Board's view, is there a difference between a nuisance, Prohibition 4.1, and a spill that's not promptly cleaned up in Prohibition 4.1 as well? Does cleaning up the spill automatically mean it is not a nuisance?
Tim, would you like to go into the legal background of the term nuisance?
Sure. I think the requirement that the spill be cleaned up would apply to a very small spill, that potentially a small spill that may not necessarily be a public nuisance. So I don't think those, I mean, I'll have to think about it further during the public comment period, and I'd appreciate further information on this issue if anyone could submit it during that time. But I don't think those two are necessarily identical. They might be, but I can imagine that there might be a spill that under our order as currently written would have to be cleaned up and reported that might not necessarily rise to the level of a public nuisance. And I think we do have that authority, but we'll talk about it internally, I think, to confirm that we do want to exercise that authority.
Okay, thank you. Afruz, can you look up the definition of nuisance that we have in the proposed order and read it?
And Walter has the order.
Or
open.
Walter?
Can you do that, please?
Just to clarify, I think Mary meant to reference section 4, or prohibition 4.3, not 4.1. She clarified that later in her comment.
Okay. Repeat that again, please.
That she was referencing prohibition 4.3 when she was mentioning nuisance, not 4.1.
Yes, correct. That's why we want to read the definition of nuisance. We purposely for the definition.
Yes, thank you. I do have the definition of nuisance. It is on page A3 of attachment A, definitions. And it states, for the purpose of this general order, a nuisance as defined in Water Code section 13.0 50M is anything that meets all of the following requirements: is injurious to health, or is indecent or offensive to the senses, or an obstruction to the free use of property, so as to interfere with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property. Second bullet is affects at the same time an entire community or neighborhood, or any considerable number of persons, although the extent of the annoyance or damage inflicted upon individuals may be unequal. And then the third bullet is occurs during or as a result of the treatment or disposal of waste.
Thank you, Walter. And so, Mary, I see your follow-up saying, sorry, you meant Prohibition 4.3 for the nuisance. However, the question was still very good for us to point out that if a spill does not fall within the definition or the Prohibition 4.1, it could still be a nuisance, which is under Prohibition 4.3. So it's important to understand the difference between both of them, and especially though the overlap between both of them. Great. Any other questions, Renan?
No, I don't see any more questions. Wait, let me double check. No. That's all.
Great. We'll hand it back over to Steve. Thank you.
All right. If there are going to be no more questions, one second. Pull this up. Yeah, if there's no more questions, we're going to close out session 3, prohibitions, and continue on to our next one. Now, Fruce will introduce session 4, overview of specifications and provisions. Fruce?
Thanks, Steve. All right, on to the last session of the morning, session 4. I will outline the specification in section 5 of the provisions, section 5, and the provisions in section 6 of the proposed order. Next slide, please.
Fruce, I'm going to interrupt again. I think just your microphone is a little light. If you can lean forward. Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder.
Sorry for that a second time.
Let's start with some common questions. What are specifications? Specifications are specific requirements the State Water Board is placing on the enrollee. What's the difference between specifications and provisions? The specifications are requirements on the enrollee to comply with this order. The provisions provide existing regulations and policies and additional information to implement and enforce the order. The difference between the specifications outlined in section 5 of the main body of the order and the attachments is that section 5 specifies what the requirements are, and the attachments include detailed information defining the terms and how to comply with the requirements. Next slide, please. In the next few slides, I will provide an overview of the specifications. I will go into more detail about each specification in the upcoming sessions. If you see a session number after the specifications and you have a question about that specification, please keep your question for the end of that session. Specification 5.1 outlines requirements for the designation of a legally responsible official and how the legally responsible official can register in Siwix. I will explain this in session 5. Specifications 5.2 to 5.7 specify sewer system management plan requirements. I will explain this in session 5 as well. Next slide, please. Requirements for designation of a data submitter is included in section 5.8. The legally responsible official may designate one or more individuals as a data submitter for reporting spills. First, the legally responsible official authorizes an individual to be a data submitter through Siwix. Then the data submitter can establish a Siwix user account and enter data into Siwix. I will go over specification 5.9 reporting certification requirements, 5.10 system capacity, and 5.11 the system performance analysis, all during session 5. Specification 5.12 is the requirement for the spill response and remedial actions. This is the requirement for the enrollee to develop and implement an emergency response plan, including necessary actions to stop a spill, prevent or minimize discharge to waters of the state, and the required sewage recovery and cleanup efforts. I will go over specification 5.13, notification, monitoring, reporting, and record keeping requirements during session 6, and discuss specification 5.14, the electronic sewer system service area boundary map requirement during session 7. Specification 5.15 specifies the voluntary reporting of spills from a private system. This is similar to the 2006 order, and the State Water Board encourages enrollees to report spills that are estimated to be 1,000 gallons or more that potentially discharge to a water of the state into Siwix, and to notify the Office of Emergency Services when observing any volume of spill entering a water of the US. Next slide, please. Section 5.17 specifies how to address unintended failure to report and requires enrollees to promptly contact State Water Board staff by email to request assistance for amending a submitted report if they become aware that they unintentionally failed to submit relevant facts in that report. Specification 5.18 requires enrollees to report to the State Water Board and or applicable regional water board the requested information necessary to determine compliance with this general order. Finally, specification 5.20, labeled operation and maintenance, specifies that enrollees are required to maintain their system in good working order and operate their system as designed to prevent discharge of sewage to the environment. Next slide, please. That completes my presentation of the difference between the proposed specifications and provisions. My overview of 20 specifications section. Renan, is there any question in the chat?
Yes, there's a question from James Fisher. 5.16. I've received questions from enrollees in Region 9, the San Diego region, whether or not they will still be required to report PLSDs to Siwix when the new order is adopted. And there's a follow-up question. Will the regional board, San Diego region, continue requiring reporting to Siwix or not, since it will only be voluntary under the proposed order?
So Fruz and Walter, if you'd like to take these questions, and if you can please expand on what the acronym is.
Jim, I don't know if Fisayo is on the call to answer the first question regarding the San Diego requirements for regulation of privately owned systems, or to report privately owned systems spills.
Right, Fisayo is not on the call anymore.
Oh, I think we've been working with our regional boards and internally discussing this. So after this order gets adopted, it is up to the Region 9 to decide if they still want to regulate or not. But I can't say at this time if that's true.
Okay.
And unfortunately, we don't have a representative from Region 9.
Okay. Can you explain what the acronym is? Because we lose a lot of people with that acronym.
PLSD is private lateral sewer discharges.
Okay. So, so with that, we hope the proposed order language clarifies that if the public agency that operates and maintains the main system is also in charge of maintaining those private laterals, if there's any kind of agreement with the private ownership of those laterals, then that may fall into what needs to be reported. Otherwise, a private lateral per this proposed order is not part of the privately owned system. Okay, and does anyone else on our team have any more inputs? Brian, anyone else?
I would only just add against Brian with OE, and I won't speak for the region, but this is a provision that that they've been satisfied with the reporting to Siwix on through their own order, and without speaking for them, it's something that I anticipate they would want to continue in the future.
Wonderful, thank you. The regional boards have their authority to require what that board deems necessary to require for protection of water quality in their region. So the San Diego Regional Board, which is Region 9, as well as any other regional board, may place additional requirements such as this reporting requirement or other requirements on either all their sanitation systems in their region or specific ones. They do hold the authority to regulate above and beyond a statewide general order as necessary and applicable for their region. All right, and what was the second question?
I believe he had secondary portion of that question is, will the regional board continue requiring reporting to Siwix or not, since it will only be voluntary under the proposed order? If we might have
Yes, I believe we answered that. It's voluntary, it's encouraged. We encourage that anyone seeing a spill, especially an enrollee, to report that spill, but it is not required, it's voluntary.
Okay, the next question is from Rosanna Lacara. Specifications 5.3 is the CWEA certification requirement meant to be for a grade 2 collection system maintenance operator? To my knowledge, there is no current certification for a collection systems operator.
There's no certification for collection system operator. That is not correct. And but I want to make sure I don't say that's not correct if you're talking about solely maintenance. The California Water Environment Association runs a full-fledged certification program for collection system operators of different disciplines, but still they're all collection system operators. There's other organizations that also run training programs for operators. We specifically included attachment F. It's attachment F, right, Afruz? To be clear in this order, what type of certification training program would qualify for the definition of certified operators under this order. If you would like more information, please look at the California Water Environment Association for their program. If we did not get your question correct, please go back into the chat and we'll try to answer the question further.
There's a similar question from Derek that indicates that CWEA certification is actually called Collection Systems Maintenance, not Operator. I think that is what she's referring to.
I see, very good. Yes, that would be considered a certified collection system operator in our proposed order. That's a great distinction that we most probably need to cover. So if you'll please include some proposed language in your public comments on how you believe that should read to include those certified professionals.
And then Rosanna also had an expanded question. Could you expand on the purpose of the criteria for a certification program in attachment F?
Sure. I think I will probably do that since I'm the one who worked the closest with CWEA. So I'm here scrolling down to attachment F real quick. And as I scroll down, I'd like to state that in our informal discussions, we met with several agencies that look to expand their level of certified collection system operators. And we've learned that there very well can be some legal labor laws or union agreements that would interfere with the requirements of having a certified operator in a position unless the agency has found a way to handle that. So before I get into this, I want to express that as staff, we have tried to expand on the requirement to have certified operators operating and maintaining the enrollee system. But we could not figure out a way without stepping on union agreements and labor laws to go into any further requirements than we have in this order. So now for attachment F, the criteria, and Walter or Steve, if you could put it up on the screen, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll just look at it on my own screen. This is labeled criteria for equivalent collection system operator certification. We wanted to make sure that we were not just automatically turning to the California Water Environment Association to be the sole provider for a certification program for our operators. Our water board is not allowed to kind of have that monopolized relationship. So we decided to include in this order the criteria for an equivalent certification program. We felt this was necessary because there's other certification programs out there that are very good training programs and certification programs, but they don't quite reach that professional bar that is equivalent to CWEA and certification program that we would want. So that so these are the criteria that are in the order. They're in attachment F. I won't be going over them one by one. If you do have questions, you can either reach out to the California Water Environment Association, as they shared with us their criteria they have for their program, or you can meet with us offline, and we're happy to go into further explanation regarding that. And there you go. That's attachment F.
Jim Fisher has a follow-up question on that same topic.
Okay.
Will there be a review approval process by a state board for attachment F?
Will there be a review approval process? So a review approval process would be applicable if an operator that is certified by a program other than right now, which we're aware of CWEA, that meets this criteria, they would probably either need to come forth, or we would identify that we would need to look further into that program that they're certified by. So we would definitely review that training program and their qualifications to provide certification, and indicate if that program complies with attachment F.
Okay, I see a question from Paul Cosi. Is a CWEA treatment plant operator acceptable for the certification requirement?
In a future session, FUS will be going over that and some examples. So let's note that we need to further answer Paul's question if a FUS's session does not answer it.
And I believe Jeff is piggybacking on that question. Would a State Water Board treatment plant operator certification suffice? So that will probably be answered the next.
Yes, it will under certain situations. FUS, can you just mention what session number you'll be going over that?
It's session 5. Yeah, sewer system management plan requirements.
Okay, very good.
It's our next session.
Yes, we will definitely go over that because wastewater treatment plants certified operators do have a role as applicable.
Okay, let me see. A question from Laura Pern. Would this training be on top of a wastewater operator certification?
No, no, this is fitting in with the operator certification programs that are out there already. The State Water Board does not provide a certification program for collection system operators. The State Water Board certification program that is conducted, I believe, through our Division of Financial Assistance and enforced through our Office of Enforcement, is for either wastewater treatment plant operators or drinking water treatment system operators. Therefore, since the State Water Board does not have a collection system certification program, we look to third parties, CWEA being one of them.
Now, Paul is asking, would the state consider developing an LRO certification process specifically for this requirement?
I'm going to answer that again because I'm the one who's been having discussions with CWEA and their trainer they just recently got on board. We State Water Board staff would like CWEA to add that training, which is basically LRO 101, which educates a legally responsible official on their role and the details they need to know and they need to supervise for in order to comply with this order. So we've been working closely with CWEA. CWEA is also in the position that they also have to wait to see what actually gets adopted before they pull the trigger on further developing a training. Therefore, in a nutshell, we're partnering very closely with what training would be necessary, and that has been an upfront discussion we've been having with Michael Flores of CWEA.
A question from David Dolphin. What about a certification from a different state?
Again, we would have to look at the certification criteria, and we'd have to look specifically into that program. So we couldn't just answer that broadly.
Jim Fisher is asking, will local governing boards have to certify compliance with this section 5.7?
Probably, yes. That's a very good question, which actually is very good input. So thank you for asking that question. Bruce and Walter, that's probably something we should think about to go into Siwix if it's not already. Walter, do you know if Siwix tracks operator? I know we track operator certification, but do we track certification of compliance?
I can answer that. The governing entity has to approve the sewer system management plan, which is part of compliance with this general order. So when they approve it, it means they are agreeing that the sewer system management plan complies with the order. And then the legally responsible official has to also certify after the governing board approves that
Okay.
the system management plan complies with the order.
Very good, thank you. Keep in mind that the existing order does not require any operator certification. So right now in Siwix, we do not have any certification of that. We do though track the number of certified operators for enrolled agencies that do want to provide that information. Walter is working very closely with our Division of Information Technology on the upcoming changes and upgrade that will be needed through Siwix to make sure that Siwix has all the elements needed by the regional boards to determine compliance. And so that's one that we will make sure is on our list.
And Jim had a follow-up comment on that question. I would add full compliance with the order is beyond only the Ssmp compliance.
That's correct. And the reason why Afrooz said only the Ssmp is because that's the only area in the proposed order where we fit in the need to have a certified operator involvement.
All right. Let's see. Rosanna Lacara is asking, and in other sections of the WDRs, there is emphasis on local, but funding and other requirements may not be from a local board or local funding. Any specific reason? This could be key to not limiting private systems that might be funded non-locally.
That's a very good question. That would be a very good comment. It sounds like you have a lot more information about funding resources. And so I would say, no, we didn't have any intention to cut out other funding resources. I I believe in our proposed order, when we said local resources, we meant what resources are available locally, which also would include if you get a state loan, a state grant, etc. Please, though, provide that information and details in your public comments, and we're happy to consider that.
Paul Cosi is making a comment. We will be happy to work with Walter through the data review group on changes to Siwix. We'd love to help.
Wonderful. We'll put you to work, Paul. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate your investment and time to work with us.
Next question is from Derek. Can you have multiple legally responsible officials for one public agency?
Bruce?
The answer is yes, and I will go into more detail during session 5.
I think that's all the questions I see.
All right. Thank you very much. We are at 11 o'clock. Steve, have you made a decision?
Yes, if it's okay with everybody, we're a little ahead of schedule. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to proceed with session 5 and allow Fruce present that. We're going to extend our lunch period to an hour to give you a little bit extra time. And then during the session and during lunch, you can enter the questions. And upon our return, we will go into the answering questions for session 5, since it's going to be a little bit longer. So without further ado, Fruce, if you're ready, we're hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. That sounds good. On to session 5 then, the sewer system management plan requirements in attachment D. These are one of the most important components of this proposed order. Next slide, please. This table shows a comparison of required sewer system management plan elements in the proposed order to the existing order. We listened to your informal comments on the informal staff draft and organized the elements to match the 2006 order. As you can see, we kept the 11 elements, but the title of some of the elements has changed for clarification and to better describe the updated requirements to address climate change and system resilience. Next slide, please. Section 5.2 of the proposed order requires an enrollee to develop, implement, and update a sewer system management plan to address local funding and management of its sanitary sewer system. I want to emphasize that the proposed order requires that sewer system management plans be system specific and match the specific complexity of each system.
Fruce, I'm going to interrupt. I'm sorry. We're just getting some feedback that you're a little difficult to hear. If you want to be a little closer, thank you.
Okay. The proposed order requires the sewer system management plan to provide procedures for system management and prevention of spills. We are not requiring several plans, just one sewer system management plan. The required plan elements in the proposed order are organized per the 2006 order elements, so you won't need to rewrite the existing sewer system management plans. If any of the 11 elements is not applicable to a system, the sewer system management plan must provide an explanation on why. The upcoming slides provide more detail on the required plan elements. Next slide, please. To reduce cost of compliance and allow additional planning time, In this draft order, we propose to extend the audit period from once every 2 years to once every 3 years. The top arrow on this slide shows the timeline in the existing order for the audit schedules. The existing order requires an audit on year 2, an audit on year 4, sewer system management plan update on year 5, with 1 year after that to prepare year 6 audit. We heard from so many of the agencies that wanted this schedule to be changed. And they indicated that there is not much time after the sewer system management plan to do another audit. We listened to you and changed this. In this draft, we are proposing audits to be done every 3 years. As you can see from the bottom timeline, we are proposing an audit on year 3, an audit on year 6, and sewer system management plan update on year 6, which should include findings from year 3 and year 6 audit. Next slide, please. This timeline shows the audit schedule for new enrollees that have not conducted an audit under the 2006 order. The audit period for new enrollees starts from the date of the notice of applicability, which is the approval of their application package. The audit period ends on the December 31st date, and the audit report is due 6 months after that. The subsequent 3-year audit period starts from the end of the previous 3-year audit period. To clarify this, I'm providing an example in the next slide. Next slide, please. I'm going to spend some time on this slide to provide an example of a timeline with dates to clarify audit schedule. The first circle shows the notice of applicability date of August 2nd, 2022, which is the start of the audit period for a new enrollee. The second slide shows the first December 31st date, which is in 2022. The third circle is the second December 31st date in 2023, and the fourth circle shows the third December 31st date on December 31st, 2024, which is the end of the 3-year audit period. Audit reports are due 6 months after the end of the audit period on July 1st, which falls on 2025 in this example. The next 3-year audit period starts from the end of the previous 3-year audit period, which in this case is December 31st, 2024, and ends on December 31st, 2027. The audit report is due 6 months after the end of the audit period on July 1st, 2028. Next slide, please. This slide shows the timeline for the audit schedule for existing enrollees. The 3-year audit period for existing enrollees starts from the end of their last audit period. And the audit report is due into Siwix 6 months after the end of audit period. Next slide, please. This is an example of a timeline with dates for the audit schedule for existing enrollees. The first circle shows the end of the last audit period of August 2nd, 2021, which is the start of a 3-year audit period in this example. The end of the 3-year audit period is August 1st, 2024, and the audit report is due 6 months after that on February 1st, 2025, and it continues for subsequent audit periods. Next slide, please. This slide shows the process for sewer system management plan certification. The legally responsible official must certify the sewer system management plan and all subsequent updates before updating the plan into Siwix. If the legally responsible official is not a professional engineer or a grade 2 certified operator, then in addition to the legally responsible official, an individual with a professional engineer license or grade 2 collection system or wastewater treatment plant operator certification must also certify the plan. If a grade 2 wastewater treatment plant operator certifies the sewer system management plan, that individual must be employed by the wastewater treatment plant receiving the Enroll system sewage. During our outreach workshops, we received feedback from collection system operators indicating that well-performing collection systems typically employ the greatest number of certified operators. Next slide, please. The proposed order defines resilience as the ability to plan, prepare for, mitigate, and adapt to changing conditions from hazards to enable rapid recovery of physical, social, economic, and ecological infrastructure. Improving resilience before or following a hazard event should engage physical infrastructure and social systems with adaptive capacity to ensure rapid return to functionality, accounting for interdependencies within and across all sectors. The intent of the proposed order is to increase enrollees' focus on addressing ongoing system resilience. Next slide, please. To address system-specific resilience planning requirements, the proposed order requires that the sewer system management plan include procedures to proactively address planning and updated operation and maintenance activities, condition assessment and identification of high-risk areas, and rehabilitation and repair with more focus on prioritizing repair of high-risk system areas. Next slide, please. The sewer system management plan requirements for operation and maintenance program in element 4 of the 2006 order is mostly unchanged. The proposed order has separated the requirements blended together in one paragraph in the 2006 order into subsections to make it more organized. Also, there are 2 additional requirements under section 4.3, rehabilitation and replacement, that involves coordination. One is coordination between operation and maintenance staff and engineering staff or consultants. This is during all phases of a project and addresses the concern we heard during our outreach workshops, mostly from maintenance staff, that they were concerned that a lack of coordination between the maintenance and design staff is one of the issues that some agencies have. The second is the requirement to coordinate with your other utility agencies within your system and the ones that are impacted by an agency's projects. Next slide, please. Similar to the 2006 order, the proposed order requires that the sewer system management plan include a spill emergency response plan to address necessary actions taken when a spill happens. Most of the items required to be included in the emergency response plan are the same. In addition, the proposed order requires the emergency response plan to include procedures for preventing discharge of sewage to waters of the state or a drainage conveyance system identified as indirect sewage discharge to either surface water or to groundwater. Also requires procedures for coordination with local storm drain agencies and other utility agencies for prepared emergency response to spills entering drainage systems. We received informal feedback from sewer agencies that the lack of coordination interferes with efforts to stop spills prior to entering receiving waters. In addition, the proposed order requires procedures for post-spill assessment of spill responses, an annual assessment of the emergency plan to evaluate its effectiveness. Next slide, please. In this update, we have changed the title of the sewer system management plan element 7 in the existing 2006 order called the FOG program to sewer pipe blockage control program. Our intent is to expand the pipe blockage causes to include roots, rags, and debris. The red font on this slide shows the changes made to this element. Everything is exactly the same as the 2006 order requirements. The proposed order requires sewer system management plans to include procedures for evaluating the enrollees service area and identifying pipe blockages caused by roots, rags, and debris in addition to fats, oils, and grease. We also have included additional requirement for the enrollee to identify and document system areas prone to root intrusion that potentially may result in system failure or exfiltration. Next slide, please. Section 8 of the attachment D contains the same information as the element 8 of the existing order. The proposed order adds additional emphasis on system evaluation and condition assessment of high-risk areas. These high-risk areas hold a high level of environmental consequences if vulnerable to collapse, failure, blockage, capacity issues, or other gross system deficiencies, are located in or within the vicinity of surface waters, steep terrain, high groundwater elevations, and environmentally sensitive areas, and are within the vicinity of a receiving water with a bacterial-related impairment on the most current 303D list to determine if the sanitary sewer system exfiltration is potentially contributing to the impairment. Next slide, please. That was the end of session 5. Renan, do we have any questions?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to just interrupt really quick. We're going to take a few questions right before lunch. We're going to hard stop at 11:30 and provide about an hour of lunch to everybody from 11:30 to 12:30. So depending on what questions and answers, we'll have about 10 minutes right now. So now I'll turn it over to Renan to read off the first question.
Thank you, Steve. I have a comment followed by a question from Paul Cosi. Thanks for the changes made from your informal staff draft. Very much appreciated on the changes. Great job. Then his question is, audit and Ssmp updates were all keyed from the original adoption date of the Ssmp in the 2006 WDR. Is this still driving the schedule for the reissued WDRs for years 3 and 6? In other words, I need to continue to use my original adoption date in the 2006 WDR to determine my 3 and 6 years, right?
Oh,
To
sorry,
determine my
thank
3
you.
and 6 year requirements.
Okay, great. This is Diana. As I'm facilitating questions, I didn't realize you were done. You weren't done. So Afruz, that's a question for you, please.
Yes, hi, Paul. The audit schedule for existing enrollees continues from the due date of their last SSMP and audit schedule. So for audits, it's actually the end of the audit period will be extended to 3 years from the end of the previous audit period.
Wonderful. And I'll add a little bit to that too. We're looking to make a clean continuation. We are not looking to change any of the previous schedules. So like Afruz said, that the audit period will begin with the last audit. We foresee, and as written in the proposed order, that the adoption date of this order is a key trigger. We do not have to wait for the effective date to place this new frequency, to implement this new frequency, as the State Water Board will have adopted the order with it in there. So, so basically, if there is a due date for an audit or for an SSMP update that is before the adoption date, that must be in compliance with the 2006 order. Because once again, nothing is firm until our board adopts the order. If the next audit date and or SSMP update date per the 2006 order is after the adoption of this general order and what we have proposed holds, then that time period for both those elements is extended accordingly. 1 more year for the audit period and at least 1 more year for the SSMP update. With recent conversations I've been having with Jared Vosco of CASA, we know there will probably be some existing enrollees that that transition may be difficult. So we will be discussing this a little further to understand some examples where that transition may be difficult and what can be included in the final draft order to address that. Once again, as staff, we can't just come up with additional things we want to add to a draft order just because. We will need to make sure that anyone that has these concerns, at least one comment letter brings up this concern, so then we can respond to that concern by making any further changes necessary for a very smooth continuation into a different frequency per the new order.
Okay, next question from Debbie Webster. Can you describe your thinking behind the secondary certifier for the SSMP on slide 47?
Okay, very good. Afruz, would you like to take this?
I will start. we think that we have actually heard a lot of feedback from agencies that if an agency's legally responsible official is certified, there is more knowledge and responsibility over the system. But we don't require the LRO to be certified unless they are, but we require that the sewer system management plan be certified by a person that's either working in the wastewater treatment plant downstream or in the collection system.
Great. And I'm going to add a little bit to that too, because I was at some previous CWEA business meetings and so forth, where there were a lot of certified operators. Certified operators see a lot of what's going on, and they do see a disconnect, or they are the ones that if there is a disconnect between what's in the sewer system management plan and how they actually need to operate the system in order for no spills to occur, to minimize spills, they're the ones who know that. And so we heard from numerous agencies on how out in the field the operators need to compensate for what's not in the Ssmp, just because they need to do so. So this is our attempt to minimize that gap and to get input from the operation crew for the system into the Ssmp. That is why we introduce the options of the operators. And the professional engineers, we feel we always need to throw in the need for an engineer. I hope that answered the question.
Miguel Medina had a similar question. Does the LRO need to be a civil PE?
Friz, this is for you.
Again, the LRO doesn't need to be a PE or a certified operator as long as unless they want to certify the sewer system management plan by themselves. Again, there is an option that LRO certifies, and if it's not, the LRO is not a PE or a certified operator, then they can use another person with the knowledge of the system to certify.
Okay, I think this is a good place for us to take a break and break for lunch. We'll continue with questions at 12:30. Please continue to enter your questions within the Zoom chat box, and we'll have enough time after lunch to help address them. So it is about 11:28 right now, and we will resume at 12:30. As promised, here is the link to our sanitary sewer overflow reduction program page for those of you that haven't been there yet. That's where we contain all the information for the public notice, the draft, live list sign up, etc. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll see you back here in about an hour. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the staff public workshop for the sanitary sewer systems general order reissuance. Hope everyone was able to get a good break and lunch in. I know I was pretty hungry after that morning session. Again, we'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining us today through these presentations. Your participation and your questions are greatly appreciated. So much appreciated. We're just going to hop back into our session 5 questions where we left off right before the break. I'd like to reintroduce Renan Hargi, who's going to be reading off the questions from the Zoom chat. Renan?
Thank you, Steve. The next question comes from Ed Oyama, and it's a lengthy question, so I'll try to slowly section it. For existing enrollees, their current Ssmp audit and the next Ssmp update do not necessarily line up with each other. Will there be some allowance given to sync up the timelines in order to get them on the same schedule? Will there be any provisions given for enrollees whose Ssmp update is due immediately prior to the effective date of this new order to defer update until the new order is in place?
Thank you, Ed, for that question. That's a really important question, and that's the topic that I was exchanging some emails with a few concerned folks. We want to make sure we accommodate that smooth transition. So we ask that you provide some examples of problematic transitions for certain agencies. Let me give a little background. When Division of Water Quality staff recommends to our State Water Board to issue a draft permit for public comments, that draft permit cannot be changed simply for anything staff comes up with that needs to be done unless we issue it out for a subsequent long public comment period, which we do not want to do. Therefore, when you hear me stating, please include that in your public comment, it means that we can only modify the existing proposed order to address public comments that have been submitted. So with that, I not only urge you to submit a public comment on that need. As staff, I believe we can provide in further language to address a comment when we look at examples of where there will be that difficulty. Some suggestions that we may hope to see is maybe granting an additional year or 2 years for an Ssmp update for any updates that are due within the first year or 2 years of a new order. That's an example of maybe what we could do. And once again, I hope that you can include that in your public comments.
Okay, next question from Ian Timmons. The LRO can be a PE or just a grade 2 journey level?
Bruce, would you like to take this one?
Yes. The LRO can be a PE or a grade 2 certified operator. But again, the LRO doesn't have to be certified. And the only requirement is for the sewer system management plan to be certified by LRO. And if the LRO is not certified, by the second signatory who is a PE or a certified operator.
Great. Then as a follow-up question, Afrooz, it sounds like then an LRO does not have to be either a professional engineer or a certified operator. However, if that's the case, they need a professional engineer or certified operator to certify the Ssmp with them?
Yes, true.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Next question from Jim Fisher, slide 50. Will sign-offs between both engineering and operations departments be required to help address deficiencies flagged here in this slide?
Afrooz, would you like to take that?
Yes, the sewer system management plan doesn't require that agencies actually provide signatures or sign-offs. We are just asking that sewer system management plan include procedures on how the maintenance and operation coordinates with design and during the project.
Very good. And to add on to that, just a little bit more on that. This is one of the areas that we hope to fill the gap in having either a certified operator or professional engineer involved then in the ultimate LRO certification of the sewer system management plan update, because we feel strongly, and we've heard this informal feedback, that it's the design and it's in the planning and the design of rehabilitation and replacement projects or capital improvement projects in general that could really use some operation feedback or input. So yes, that's correct, Jim. This is one area. And then there's also other areas in the Ssmp that definitely need some operations input.
Next question from Rosanna Lacara, section 6. Is spill emergency response plan, slide 51. It states this plan must be reviewed and assessed annually. Is there a reason for the annual review versus it being part of the audit process? Is the intent that the spill data be evaluated or actually the plan?
Thank you for being really conscious about the wording. You're correct. Our proposed order asks for procedures. The emergency response plan is absolutely key to keeping sewage out of our waters. You can have a large spill and a weak response. Excuse me, you can have a large spill and a strong emergency response and minimize the impacts to the beneficial uses of our water. Conversely, you can have a small spill and a weak emergency response and have a large impact on our waters. So even though the whole sewer system management plan update goes through a period of 5 or proposed 6 years, we truly want to see the emergency response plan re-looked at every year to make sure it's up to date. And in that plan, there's always who you must contact, who's the leader, what are the names and contacts of other necessary coordinated agencies and so forth. So that is intended to be an annual assessment of that plan.
Next is a question/comment from Ed Oyana. It seems that the only pipe blocking elements that are applicable to public education outreach are wipes and fog. The management of other elements such as roots, debris, etc., may be best addressed in section 4, Operation and Maintenance Program.
Fruce, do you want to respond to that? It's a comment, which is a good comment.
Yes, I think as Diana mentioned before, if you see any areas that we can improve the language, please provide some comments during the public workshop, the board's public workshop, or written comments by the due date. We will appreciate. We are still trying to work out with all of the details and make sure this is a very refined order when it's adopted.
Thank you, Fruce. And also at the beginning of attachment D, there's a statement, I can't remember if it's attachment D or the order itself, There's a statement in that any of the requirements that are not applicable in the order for your sewer system management plan to just provide justification where it's not applicable. Now, if there's other elements that are not in the order that are applicable and necessary in your sewer system management plan, we hope that you include that because that's what's necessary for proper operation of your system.
Next question from Bonner Bueller. Our agency is a JPA with the wastewater treatment plant. We employ a grade 5 wastewater operator from the wastewater treatment plant that treats our sewage as our manager, but he has retired from the wastewater treatment plant, but certification is still current. Does he meet the requirements?
So I'm going to answer in two ways, just in case I'm understanding the question wrong. So if he was employed with the wastewater treatment plant and a certified wastewater treatment operator, but has retired and the collection system feeds into that wastewater treatment plant, possibly, I guess it depends on how the agency employs him to certify that management plan. We're not looking to put roadblocks in. We're looking to have knowledgeable professionals that can add that operations input into the sewer system management plan. So that's possible. Now, if the individual is retired from being a certified collection system operator and you want to bring him back for that, the same thing. The agency can contract and employ him for those purposes. We do know that there are going to be agencies that may not have a certified operator or a professional engineer on board to certify their sewer system management plan. And that's their, if this requirement is adopted as proposed, there will be needs to somehow work with a certified professional that you can bring in to assist in certifying your update. And if I did not understand your question correctly, Renan, either repeat it or if you could please add it to the chat.
Next question is from Derek. Can you discuss more how the original Ssmp required submittal date is determined? Also, the current audits are internal. How is the audit dates determined currently since these dates stay the same under the new order?
First, would you like to answer that?
The sewer system management plan update and audit schedules remain unchanged. The only change is that we are extending it to another year with this new order. So I don't know if that answers your question, but if the sewer system management update is, the due date is based on the due date of the previously prepared sewer system management plan update. And the audits period starts from the end of the last audit period and is 3 years.
So for an existing enrollee, your originally established Ssmp due dates and your subsequent updates then approves, it sounds like that is what is the basis to determine the subsequent updates. Then for a new applicant who is not yet enrolled in this order, the Ssmp update, the Ssmp original submittal date is established as the third December 31st. Is that right, Afuz?
After the application approval date.
Very good.
Derek also had a secondary question. How will the Ssmp certification from an LRO occur? Is this going to be just a digital certification in Siwix prior to submitting?
Okay, that's a Siwix question. Walter, can you answer that, please? Or will you answer that, please?
Hello. So I'm trying to look specifically at the question. Renan, can you say it one more time? I was trying to read the wording to make sure.
Certainly. How will the Ssmp certification from an LRO occur? Is this going to be just a digital certification in Siwix prior to submitting it?
Well, yes, we are looking to move a lot of our process to online through Siwix with digital certifications, but we have not fully developed that portion yet. So it's all dependent, as we've spoke before, on whether or not everything in the adoption is approved. But if approved, the LRO will need to certify under penalty of perjury.
In Siwix?
Yes.
So we are, okay. So, with COVID, we learned just how much can be done electronically and how much money can be saved when submittals are sent electronically or uploaded into Siwix versus us as staff receiving binders and really thick hard copy reports in the mail. So hopefully everyone notices that with the exception of maybe an application form or so forth, we've gone electronic on everything. When it comes to the Ssmp update, we do intend for all that to be electronic, including either the upload of the management plan into Siwix or a link of where your management plan is located on an agency website or a private owner's website. The 90 to 120 days between the adoption date and the effective date is for us to get Siwix prepared. So we are prepared to enhance Siwix. We're doing all the upfront work. We solely need to have an adopted order before we go forward and change Siwix. But yes, please plan on that electronic certification.
Next question from Mary Cousins. Provision 6.4 requires SSMPs to be posted online in a format accessible to the public. We understand that this means that a computer must be able to read the document in audio. Does State Water Board plan to provide any additional guidance or a reference manual on how to comply with this requirement?
First, when we said accessible, did we mean that any member of the public can see it, or did we mean ADA compliant?
Anything that goes on our website must be accessible, as meaning ADA compliant. But I think in the order, when we say accessible, we are talking about accessibility to the public.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and so, and I have to say, Mary, it might be some follow-up to some emails that I might have confused things too. Unless in the order we say accessible per ADA requirements, American Disability Act requirements, we mean that a member of the public must be able to access it, must be able to see it. And I did see that follow-up question when someone asked, is there a link? And we responded as if there was a link to ADA. For everyone in this room, when we're talking about accessibility requirements per the American Disability Act, what we're referring to is making documents, making electronic documents, establishing those documents in a format that a computer reader can audio read for an individual with visual disabilities. That is a requirement for documents posted on state government websites. So we use the term accessible, and sometimes maybe we talk too much like we're just talking in the hallways, and we're not getting the right meaning for accessible. So there again, the proposed order says accessible, which means that the public has access to it, because we did not include accessible per the American Disabilities Act. If you see that phrase that refers to the ADA, then it does mean that the document must be formatted in a way that a computer can read it.
Next question from Joe Jenkins. For existing public agencies, will they be required to update their existing Ssmp at the time of recertifying their applications in Siwix, or can they do at the time of their first audit?
First,
The existing enrollees are not required to submit an updated Ssmp when they recertify. That recertification is just for continuation of coverage. The due date for Ssmp starts from the last due date of their previous Ssmp based on the 2006 order. Is that answers your question, or please type in the chat if you need more clarification.
There was a secondary question from Joe. He's asking for new private systems, if they do not complete an application within the 60 days and are ordered to apply by the local agency or regional board, will there be a penalty issued to the private system owner for not applying originally?
Again, the private systems are not enrolled under this order unless a regional board wants them. It's based on the regional board discretion. So if a regional board decides that a private system must enroll under this order, they will probably work it out and provide the due date for their application.
and I'm seeing this question come up a couple times, and I want to make sure that we clarify this. For existing enrollees, so not for new, not for private owners and so forth, for existing enrollees, there's the proposed requirement 60 days in advance of the effective date that the LRO electronically certifies continuation of coverage. Okay, so that's for existing enrollees. For new enrollees, so, and we'll use the example of a new private owner enrollee, the time frame for applying is based on when they are ordered to apply. So this order can be adopted, let's say this order is adopted in December of 2022. That does not trigger that does not trigger private owners to have to enroll. A regional board can order a private owner to enroll like 2 years into the future, 3 years into the future, and provide a date for when they must have a complete application into the State Water Board. So that's the trigger. The subsequent 60 days that Afrouz mentioned is after as staff, we review the application package. If it's not complete, our Deputy Director of Water Quality will issue out a letter to the applicant stating your package is not complete. Here are the items that are missing, and you have 60 days to send in the deficient items in order for the application package to be valid and approved. I I hope that clarifies, some of that confusion that I am hearing. Afruz, is there anything else to add for that?
That's all, Diana.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see two questions from Sam Rose. Question number one, I'm concerned about the CWEA grade 2 operator requirement for the LRO. The minimum requirement to qualify to test for the grade 2 is 2 years experience in collection system maintenance. Compliance with the order and implementation of the SSMP requires someone with management skills, someone who has the authority and can coordinate efforts between departments and key personnel. This may be too big of a burden for the grade 2 operator and may not provide the outcomes the water board is expecting.
Good. Very good comment. Thank you, Sam. And Sam, I know with all your years of experience operating and managing, your comment is very valid. If you recall, when we issued out an informal staff draft, I believe we were proposing a grade 3 operator. And as we had continued meetings with interested parties, there was the concern of grade 3 operators, that level being too high. And so we ended up lowering it to a grade 2. So we would definitely entertain and consider public comments that explain why a grade 2 does not have the skills to certify an SSMP. So please include that. And Afruz, can you correct me if I'm incorrect? Was it with the informal draft that we included the grade 3?
Yes. And then we lowered it to grade 2 based on informal comments.
Right. As you know, as we proceed as staff to address the cost of compliance, we are looking for either existing requirements in the existing order or additional requirements that are no longer needed, and therefore, if removed, will reduce the cost of complying. However, we don't want to remove or provide requirements that are not hefty enough to protect water quality. So there's that balance there. And this item should be a grade 2 or a grade 3 that assists in certifying the SSMP. This is an element that if we do further understand that a grade 2 does not have enough education or experience, that requiring a grade 3 may be additional cost, but it's additional cost that's needed to protect water quality.
Question 2 is more of a comment from Sam. Suggests the water board consider something similar to OSHA's qualified person and allow the agency to designate the LRO. OSHA's 29 CFR 1926.32M defines a qualified person as an individual who, by possession of a recognized degree, certificate, or professional standing, or who by extensive knowledge, training, and experience has successfully demonstrated his ability to solve or resolve problems relating to the subject matter, the work, or the project. So he'll be happy to discuss with water board staff the desired qualifications and duties of the LRO.
Thank you, Sam. And as we discuss, make sure they're in your public comments. I do recall some informal discussions we had with concerned interested parties that the current LROs may be, for example, the chief financial officer or an educated individual that is educated for agency purposes, but not necessarily educated for collection system operation and maintenance purposes. So we don't want to get stuck there. However, we also do not want to include a requirement that triggers a lot of agencies to have to change their current LROs. So there's, hopefully we can find a happy balance. We look forward to further talking with you. And again, please make sure you have that in your public comments.
Next question from Derek. The emergency response plan that requires an annual review is the ERP within the Ssmp, not the Water Board's Division of Drinking Water Emergency Response Plan document, correct? There are many overlapping documents when agencies provide multiple services, such as water, wastewater, and recycled water.
Yes, Friz, would you like to answer that?
Yes, this emergency response plan is specific to the sewer system because we want that to address prevention and cleanup of spills to prevent sewage entering waters of the state. Does that answer your question?
I think that answers the question, and the commenter here is correct. There's other emergency management plans. We are not referring to any other emergency management plan other than what is needed for the specific system.
Next question from Robin Murashida, Leucadia. Based on the comment that operations staff indicated that they are not involved in SSMP development and that's driving the Ssmp certification requirement for a grade 2, would it be better to have the grade 2 or higher involved in the Ssmp audit process, verify that the audit is reviewed and completed, instead of the Ssmp certification process? The audits can impact the implementation of the Ssmp.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good comment and question, Robin. And Robin is from the Leucadia district. Please share your expertise and your justification for why you believe that the certified professional should be involved in the audit process. We will look at that. We definitely want to make sure we have the right professionals involved in the right processes. So thank you for that, Robin.
We see a follow-up question from Bonner Bueller. Language said employed by wastewater treatment plant. Many small agencies such as ours only have one or less full-time employees and contract out maintenance out.
So yes, that's correct. We do say employed, and we do understand that there are small systems that don't employ certified operators. So in that situation, if the proposed requirement is adopted, then that agency through contract would need to employ a certified professional to act on their behalf for compliance with the order. So when we say employee, it's not necessarily permanent employment. It can be employed through a contract.
Next question from Paul Cosi. Please use and require the use of the original Ssmp adoption date. It is conceivable that an agency could go 11 years before updating the Ssmp, given what has been stated and shown earlier in the workshop. We need to really discuss and work through the issue. Why not just start the 3 and 6 year from the new WDR adoption date for every enrolled agency?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Paul. We do need to discuss that. We're trying to understand how it would go 11 years. If there is a sewer system management plan that was last updated, let's say exactly 5 years from the adoption date, 5 years previous to an adoption date, then that sewer system management plan has 1 more year to go before the plan has to be updated, not 6 more years. And so, as Afruz was saying, that it is 6 years from the last sewer system management plan update. It's not 6 years from the adoption date. We're happy to further clarify that one-on-one if necessary. I hope that answers that concern.
Derek asked another follow-up question. Says, sorry, just a bit more clarification on the original SSMP due date and audits. Is the original due date based on when you submit the SSMP or from the date of your WDR start date? For instance, if you were enrolled April 12, 2006 in the WDR, is your SSMP and audits due every 6 and 3 years on that date? Or does the date always change based on when you last submitted the documents?
Afruz, will you answer that, please?
Yes. What needs clarification is that if you are an enrollee of the 2006 order, you had a certain schedule for updating your sewer system management plan. And in this reissuance, we are continuing our schedule from the end of the last sewer system management update that the agency did. So if, for example, you provided an update to Ssmp in 2020, then this schedule starts from 2020 and goes 6 years from that. So the next Ssmp update will be 6 years from that date, the previous Ssmp update date.
Right, and let me add a little bit more clarification. I want to do it by example. So Renan, can you repeat the years that are used in this question as examples?
Sure. He indicated, for instance, if you were enrolled April 12, 2006 in the WDR, is your SSMP and audits due every 6 and 3 years of, I guess, it says on that date, or does the date always change based on when you last submitted the documents?
Okay, very good. And that was April of 2006 was?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So in April 2006, all the way up to present, all the way up to when there's a new order adopted, the time period for your SSMP update is every 5 years. That's what the existing order has. So if you were enrolled in 2006, and if you were under the requirement in the existing order, you had to establish and implement a sewer system management plan per a certain date. That date in the past, when your very first sewer system management plan was established, is the initial date. Then as the existing order requirements proceeded through the years, 5 years from that original date, you were supposed to update your SSMP. So from 2006, 5 years, that's 2011. The existing order was still in place. So from 2011 to 2016, it is 5 years. In 2016, you were supposed to update the sewer system management plan. 5 more years brings you from 2016 to 2021. And so you were supposed to, under the existing order, to update your sewer system management plan in 2021. Now, let's say we have a new order within the next year that says now it's every 6 years. So you go from your 2021 sewer system management plan update, and now that there is an adopted order, correct? We're saying that under this scenario, there will be an adopted order that says every 6 years. Then your last SSMP update, which is in 2021, is the baseline for now a 6-year update period. So your next sewer system management plan update would be 6 years from 2021, which is 2027. And that provides that time period Afuz was referring to that allows you to get in at least 2 audits, which are paced at 3 years apart. I hope that addressed it. If not, if you can please add some subsequent questions in the chat, because we want to make sure we address this correctly.
Next question from Steven Stallings. I am currently the plant manager of a correctional facility and I'm the LRO. We have a lift station. To my knowledge, I don't have a qualified engineer on staff. The hazmat specialist has created the SSMP. Is there an engineer that can help to redo the SSMP? Or do I need to reach out to my facilities planning and construction management?
Thank you. I believe it was maybe a couple years ago before COVID that I actually gave an outreach presentation to a room full of correctional facility representatives. And so I understand exactly what you're asking. So when you ask if there's an engineer that can provide input, if you're asking if there's a state engineer, the answer from us is no. We cannot provide, we cannot do work for a discharger that we are regulating. So in this scenario, the Department of Corrections will need to obtain the services of either a professional engineer or a certified operator, as we're proposing, to conduct the work necessary to comply with what we're proposing, which is to have those certified professionals involved in the SSMP updates. So again, state engineers that our job is affiliated with regulating you cannot provide services to help you to comply with the regulations.
Next question from Lee Kamerick. Is there a supplemental cost estimate or economic analysis that discusses the estimated cost of compliance, specifically how the draft reissuance compares with the current general order?
Thank you for that question. We do anticipate that we will have to determine estimated cost for the requirements in a proposed order that is presented in front of our State Water Board for consideration of adoption. This came to us from our Office of Chief Counsel to address a more recent need for costs of WDRs being presented to the board. So once staff has a final draft developed, we will be putting in some resources to identify estimated costs for compliance, and it'll probably be in ranges. And we will be looking at mostly the monitoring and reporting requirements, as well as the SSMP development requirements.
Next question from Lori Perry. For security reasons, many correctional facilities have their SSMPs offline. Does this proposed order allow for this option?
Afroz, will you respond to that, please?
We don't have that option, but it's something that we can entertain during the public comments. Maybe we can just provide language specific to agencies with similar conditions to you, that they don't want their sewer system management plans to be online for public to see, but we need some justification provided on why.
Mhm. And we do have in other statewide orders, such as stormwater orders and so forth, that if there's reasons affiliated with Homeland Security, that we need to be given that information, and then we can maintain certain information that's submitted that fits into the Homeland Security Act, non-accessible to the public. I can understand where the correctional facilities don't want to have those locations to the public for your purposes. I think we would need to sit down and understand why, and then run that up through our Office of Chief Counsel to see if legally we can keep that information private and not accessible to the public.
Next question from me, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but the LRO can be a grade 2 collections operator, certified wastewater treatment operator, or a licensed PE.
That's correct. With the only exception that the wastewater treatment plant's operator can only be if that treatment plant is serving the enrolled collection system. And that is for if your agency wants to have only one LRO and one party that is certifying the sewer system management plan and updates. You can have an LRO without those certifications, and then employ or find or have someone else that is employed with the agency to provide that secondary approval for the SSMP updates.
Next, I see a comment from Paul Cosi regarding some of the discussion that we've had already. Every 5 years from the original SSMP adoption date, not the enroll date. This is why this is so confusing. Please use the term original SSMP addition date. Many agencies have not complied with this timeline, therefore the last adoption may not be the right date.
I see what you're saying. Afruz, I have a two-part request here, and this involves you also, Steve. Can we switch back to the slide number that addresses that? And then Afruz, can you also answer that concern also by looking at the wording in the proposed order?
Diana, feel free to stop me. I'm trying to read where Paul's question is, but also like scroll through. So if you...
Okay. So how about if this is going to take a little bit, maybe Renan can go to another question and we go back to that question. Otherwise, if you don't need a lot of time, we'll just hold.
I can go into the next question from Jim Fisher.
Okay.
Overall, implementation comment. With so many new changes and expectations, especially for the SSMP, would staff consider committing to running a public implementation review committee like Stormwater, but more than just that, data review committee, which ran in the past on this order, to help measure order effectiveness and help enrollees be successful to avoid potential violations and enforcement?
Thank you, Jim. I'll go ahead and answer that. What Jim is referring to is in the past, our Division of Water Quality, together with our Office of Information Management and Assessment, led what was called a data review group and worked very closely with CASA representatives and other representatives from some other agency representatives. As time has continued, we in Division of Water Quality, we no longer lead that group. Our staff resources and the demands and priorities on our staff resources has reallocated that staff to other projects. So at this time, we're not intending on establishing a Division of Water Quality data review group. If you recall previously, there was Gil Vasquez of our Division of Water Quality that led that group. And before Gil, there was, I believe it was Russell Norman. We don't have our staff allocated in that same manner. If there's a request for a data review group, we would need that request in writing to our Deputy Director of Water Quality, that's Karen Mogus, so that we can consider what staff resources we have to allocate to that request and if we can do so. If we're not able to do so, or maybe I should say regardless, we hope CASA and other associations can pick up those discussions and maybe minimize the amount of time and resources our Division of Water Quality and our state board would have to provide for that group to run efficiently. We know that data review group was very useful, and I hope to see it proceed. I'm just concerned with my manager hat on that we may not have the staff resources to dedicate to it.
Paul is making a kind of a comment on this issue that we've been discussing. Clearly, there's much confusion regarding the new time schedule, and we will need further discussion to assure agencies can properly comply with this requirement. So I will stop my comments at this time, since it's not well understood by all parties currently.
Very good. And Afruz and Walter, if you can work on identifying that part of the proposed order, I'd like to pull it up on the screen so we can identify what may be confusing and go from there.
Sewer system management plan update is section 5.5 of the proposed order. Walter, would you please share your screen, or Steve?
Yeah, just so I can quickly get to it. First, do you have the PDF number so I can just?
It's page 18. The audit starts from page 18 of the order.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Mm-hmm. Thank you everyone for your patience. The PDF document page number and the page number on the draft order are two different numbers. All right.
Now, Steve, you can see the section 5.4 starts with the audit schedule.
There we go, section 5.4.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and read this. This is an important topic, so I believe it's worth us all taking the time to look at this. So specification section 5.4 places the requirement on the enrollee for sewer system management plan audits. And it states the enrollee shall conduct an internal program audit at a minimum frequency of once every 3 years. The audit must be conducted for the period after the end of the enrollee's last audit period. An audit report must be submitted into the online Siwix sanitary sewer system database per the requirements in section 3.6, which is the reporting requirements of attachment E1. All right, so let's look at that second sentence in this section. The audit must be conducted for the period after the end of the enrollee's last audit period. So when it comes to the audit, if the enrollee's last audit period ended, let's say in 2021, okay, under the existing order, and then a new order is adopted, then per the new order, if adopted as proposed, the audit period is 3 years from that last end of audit period. So we hope that's clear. So now let's go over to the sewer system management plan update requirements. So Afrooz, what section is that?
Scroll down, Steve. Section 5.5 talks about the sewer system management plan update.
All right. And so again, this is specification section 5.5, which is a requirement placed on the enrollee, which is a 6-year sewer system management plan update. And I'll go ahead and read this. And just to let everyone know, the reason I'm reading it is not to drive that we're right. The reason I'm reading it is to help you craft whatever concern you have with what's proposed. Okay, so at a minimum, the enrollee shall update its sewer system management plan every 6 years after the date of its last plan update due date per the previous 2006 order. The 6-year period shall commence on the due date of the last plan update required under that existing order. The updated sewer system management plan must include, and then it goes into those bullets. So back to this first sentence, which I do have to admit, it's a run-on and it should be broken up into 2 sentences. At a minimum, the enrollee shall update its management plan every 6 years after the date of its last plan update per the existing order, period. The 6-year period begins on the due date of the last plan update required from the 2006 order. So, Paul, I fully understand the concern that some agencies haven't been complying with their originally established Ssmp and subsequent plan updates per the existing order. Maybe their Ssmp update was due in 2011, but they ended up submitting it in 2013. We do not want that. That's why we want language that is clear, that it is based on the land plan at the last plan update that was required from the existing order, not the last submittal date that the enrollee submitted it. So thank you for allowing us to read this. And if you do see there's confusion, that's where we'd like to make sure we get that formal feedback in public comments. I do want to continue on to the bullets, just in case there's still concern here. So as this last sentence of this first paragraph reads, the updated sewer system management plan must include findings from the enrollees year 3 and year 6 local program audits, and all sewer system management related changes. And that's basically changes that's taken place in the last 6 years. The enrollee's governing entity shall approve the updated plan. So that means if the enrollee is a public entity, then your governing entity would be your city council, your county board of directors, or the body that is your governing decision makers. Then as we continue, the legally responsible official shall certify and submit the approved updated plan into Siwix in accordance with the reporting requirements. And that reporting requirement is that the sewer system management plan must be either uploaded into Siwix, or if there's electronic issues, then the enrollee shall enter in the electronic link in which a person can click on that link and it will take you to the updated plan. So thank you for allowing me to read that word for word. And again, the purpose of my doing so is so that you can understand what's in this order and you can base your public comments on that.
And I also have a couple of slides in this upcoming session that goes through the reporting requirements for the sewer system management plan.
Wonderful.
That may clarify more.
Thank you.
Okay, next question comes from Derek, and he actually acknowledges that we answered his previous question, but he has an additional one, and it states, how do you find out when the first Ssmp was originally submitted to the water boards if the previous LRO leaves? It is not on Siwix. Also, is there issues updating more frequently than 5 years or soon to be 6 years? If you do that, does it now change your future due dates?
Oh, good question. Well, to start, Walter Mobley of our Division of Water Quality, and Walter's here. Walter is the manager over the sewer system overflow program and assists folks one-on-one for any information that you need her help finding. So please, if you cannot find information for your system through Siwix, please contact Walter. I think there is a contact email on our website. In fact, Walter, is it sanitarysewer@waterboards.ca.gov?
Yes, but
Okay.
also I will drop my personal email in as well if you need one-on-one assistance with Siwix. Now, my assistance is only as good as the information that the previous legally responsible official may have submitted within the system, but typically we do have record of the notice of intent that was originally submitted when applying for coverage under the order.
Thank you, Walter. And for those of you that in the past worked with either Russell Norman or Gil Vasquez, they have moved on, and Walter is the key engineer that's working with folks on this. All right, so the second question, or maybe the first question, before I ask Renan to repeat it, I do want to state that we realize, we understand, we acknowledge that there is a degree of non-compliance with the existing order. And so that non-compliance with the existing order, specifically complying with due dates that are required, may be an issue. So we are trying our hardest to make sure that we make reference to the original due dates that were required by the existing order. Now, the first part of this question asks that if a sewer system management plan can be updated more frequently. Absolutely. The general order provides the minimum requirements that is required by the State Water Board. If an agency submits a management plan update early, we would want to work with you one-on-one to establish the correct date in Siwix so that your next 6-year update would be per that last early submittal of your management plan. We don't want 7 years to go on, but as I'm even listening to myself talk and doing the math, we don't want to place the requirement on you to then do more updates more frequently than others. So when that's the case, I would encourage the enrollee representative to work one-on-one with Walter so that we can figure out just the specific situation.
Okay, next comment from Robin, actually is clarifying her previous question. States, to clarify my comment, the Ssmp audit evaluates the implementation and effectiveness of the enrollees Ssmp, the enrollees compliance with the general order, identify Ssmp deficiencies, and identify modifications to the Ssmp. If a collection system operator has improvements or modifications to the Ssmp observed during field operations, it can be raised during the audit to be addressed. Please contact me. He provides his address if more discussion clarification is needed.
Very good. And so Robin is emphasizing the fact that the audits and the audit findings provide key information for what is necessary in that update. Robin, we're going to jot down to email you and get in contact with you so we can further learn from you and what your concerns are, as well as just asking for your information in public comments, because we definitely want to understand what your concerns are.
Next question from Lisa Moretti. The internal program audit states that the audit must evaluate the enrollees' compliance with this general order, but the Ssmp won't be updated to meet the new general order until later. Is this intended? If so, there will be many audit findings that won't be solved until the new Ssmp is adopted.
Will you reread that question, please?
Okay. The internal program audit states that the audit must evaluate the enrollees' compliance with this general order, but the Ssmp won't be updated to meet the new general order until later. Is this intended? If so, there will be many audit findings that won't be solved until the new Ssmp is adopted.
That's correct. So the answer is yes. Now, if the audit date ends up being after a proposed order is adopted, but the system has been operating per the previous order, rightfully so, and continues to do so until the effective date, then basically the audit will determine that the system has been complying with the previous order, and the audit would identify the elements in which need to be added to an updated SSMP and the management program altogether in order to comply with the new order. So that audit in this situation would focus in on what new procedures must be included in the next SSMP update in order to comply with the new order. If that does not completely answer your question, please add some follow-up in the chat.
I don't see any more questions or additional comments at the moment.
I think we'll give just a little bit more time to see if anybody has anything to say. If not, then we'll just continue to move on.
Thank you for the good facilitation, Steve and Renan.
Okay, I don't think we're going to be getting anything else. We just got a comment from James, just in agreement. Yeah, with that, if there are no more questions, we appreciate the questions that everyone has provided. They're really good for the session. It was the longest one by far. We're going to continue to move on to session 6, where I'll turn it back to Afruz. And then after session 6, we'll take a 10-minute break. So Afruz, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Steve. In this session, I will go through notification, monitoring, reporting, and record keeping requirements in attachment E1. That includes some updates on the requirements for submitting sewer system management plans and the due date. So hopefully you will get more clarification after I go through these slides. In this session, I will focus on explaining major changes, but if you have any questions on any area that I have not covered, please feel free to type your question in the chat. Next slide, please. All reports required by this proposed order must be electronically submitted into the Water Board Siwix database. A new enrollee's duly authorized representative must obtain a Siwix account within 30 days after the approval of the enrollee's application for enrollment to be able to electronically submit information into Siwix. The proposed order requires electronic submittal of spill reports, program audits, sewer system management plan updates, annual reports, 10-year sewer system performance graphs, and the sewer system service area boundary maps. Next slide, please. This slide shows the requirements for reporting sewer system management plans. All sewer system management plans and updates must be approved by the agency's local governing entity. The legally responsible official must then certify and upload the plan into Siwix. If the electronic document is too large to be uploaded into Siwix, the enrollee must provide a link to the plan on their website. During the time period in between sewer system management plan updates, the enrollee shall continuously document changes to its sewer system in a change log attached to the plan. Next update, please. Next slide, please. The proposed order requires that, as we said many times before, at a minimum, the enrollee update its sewer system management plan every 6 years after its last plan update due date. As you can see on this slide, for an existing enrollee under the 2006 order, the 6-year sewer system management plan update period starts on the due date of the last update, plan update. New enrollees are required to submit their initial local board approved and certified sewer system management plan into Siwix within 12 months of their notice of applicability date, which is the approval date of their application package. Next slide, please. On this slide, I'm going to review the spill categories as proposed in this general order. The purpose of categorizing spills is to assist water board staff, evaluate the threat of a sewage spill, and necessary actions required to be taken based on that threat. Category 1 through 3 spills are unchanged from the 2006 order. A Category 1 spill is any volume of sewage from a sanitary sewer system discharged to a water of the U.S. directly or through a drainage conveyance system that discharges to a water of the U.S. This is a violation of the Clean Water Act. A Category 2 spill is a spill of 1,000 gallons or greater that is not a Category 1 spill, meaning it doesn't discharge into a water of the U.S. A Category 3 spill is a spill of 50 gallons to 999 gallons that is not a Category 1 spill. In this proposed order, we have added a Category 4 for spills less than 50 gallons that are not Category 1 spills. Next slide, please. An enrollee may qualify for a system-specific reduced reporting of spills less than 50 gallons if the enrollee certifies that for 5 consecutive years, the system had no more than 2 spills per 100 miles of system per year. For example, if a system has 200 miles of pipes, 4 is the maximum number of spills that the system can have per year. Total volume of each individual spill did not exceed 1,000 gallons, and spills did not discharge to waters of the U.S., meaning no Category 1 spills. In addition to these performance requirements, at least 50% of the enrollees' operation and maintenance staff should be certified operators to qualify for reduced reporting. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed change to the notification requirements. The 2006 order requires notification of Office of Emergency Services within 2 hours of becoming aware of spill greater than or equal to 1,000 gallons that results in a discharge to a surface water, or spilled in a location with which it will probably be discharged to a surface water. The proposed order has extended the Office of Emergency Services notification requirement to include discharges to waters of the state, which includes surface waters and groundwater. This is consistent with the Water Code Section 13271. Next slide, please. The proposed order requires that enrollees visually assess the spill locations and spread using photography, GPS coordinates, and other available tools. In addition to other documentation requirements, the proposed order requires documenting the boundary of spill spread. Also requires receiving water visual observations for all categories of spills that discharge to surface waters. Receiving water field sampling is required for spills that discharge into a surface water of the state. Required field sampling of the receiving water includes for pH, turbidity, temperature, and dissolved oxygen. Next slide, please. For spills of 50,000 or greater to a surface water, the proposed order has reduced the time frame for water quality sampling from 48 hours to 12 hours after knowledge of a spill. In addition, the proposed order requires 3 receiving water samples per day during an ongoing spill event. The enrollee must analyze samples for ammonia, total and fecal coliform bacteria, E. coli, and Enterococcus. Next slide, please. In the proposed order, the previously called collection system questionnaire has been renamed to the annual report to be consistent with other state water board waste discharge requirements orders. New enrollees are required to submit their initial certified annual report into Siwix within 30 days of obtaining a Siwix account. Subsequent annual report updates are due by April 1st of each year. The enrollee shall update the previous year's annual report in Siwix if any information has changed, and the legally responsible official shall certify the report in Siwix. The proposed order requires the annual report to include submission of a 10-year running performance report. We are working with our database group to modify Siwix so these graphs can be automatically generated through Siwix, but the enrollees are required to attach the report to the annual report. That concludes my presentation for session 6. Please type in any questions you have, and Renan, if you have already received any questions, will you please read that?
Yes, I did receive some questions and comments. So I'll start with the comment from Rosanna Lacara, referencing slide 62. Provision 2.3.2, receiving water field sampling. Please note that the section title might be better worded as receiving water field sampling and testing. Also, the word sampling is being used to mean testing, since the parameters listed are to be tested. And she will submit comments in writing.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rosanna. Yes, that terminology is important. Sampling typically is associated with lab analysis. So we appreciate that input.
Next question from Mary Phelps, slide 63. Sampling within 12 hours of spill start time can be a problematic due to lack of staffing during holidays and weekends and contract laboratory hours availability.
Thank you for that comment. As you'll note, this requirement is for a spill of 50,000 gallons or greater. And this is the reason why an emergency response plan must be kept up to date for what happens when this type of spill happens at 2 a.m. on a weekend or a holiday. It's critical per the existing order and per what we are proposing for a new order, that attention is placed immediately on these magnitude of spills. So we do understand the difficulty, yet as we are proposing that there must be personnel available to conduct the sampling within 12 hours of knowledge of the spill.
Next comment / question from Sam Rose. Can the Water Board look at the Siwix data to see how many agencies will currently meet the performance requirements for reduced reporting? It doesn't seem like many agencies will qualify, especially if the agency owns the lower laterals.
Afrouz, do you want to share the informal feedback we got in our approach to this?
I can't.
Otherwise, I will. Okay, let me go ahead. I think I just need to jog Afrouz's memory. So we heard from a lot of interested parties during the informal discussions how this reduced reporting is too stringent. Then we heard from our internal water board staff, our regional and state water board staff, on how these requirements are not stringent enough, and that we should not allow reduced reporting, as spills of 50 gallons or less can still be harmful. So in a nutshell, we get 360 degrees disagreement with this requirement. Afruz and I had decided to continue placing this in the formal public draft so that it would trigger formal comments. We do know that at this time, not very many enrollees may qualify for what we have proposed for reduced reporting. Yet we also feel very confident that the threshold we have placed is a threshold in which we as the water board would not have concern with that reduced reporting. So, so thank you for that comment. We have looked at Siwix data and we understand where this proposed requirement lands. And we're definitely looking to public comments on if we keep this reduced reporting in. We did want to have some kind of incentive and relief for cost purposes. Yet we are being extremely careful that any incentive or relief we provide is not, does not impact the reporting that we truly need to protect our waters, even from small spills. Lots of S's.
Next question from Andy Morrison. Afruz said the definitions of category 1 spill is the same as it is now, but it is different. Can you please explain the difference with the two hollow bullets under category 1 in section 5.13.1, page 22 of the draft order, or page 23 of 73 in the PDF? As written, they appear identical and contradictory. Is there a difference between tributary to and discharges to?
Yes. Can we flip back, please, Steve, to the slide that talks about the different categories? All right. And either Fruz or Walter, will you please look at the existing order? You're correct, Andy. There's some differences as well as some similarities. The proposed category 1 is for spills to waters of the United States, not to spills to surface waters, because some surface waters are waters of the US and some surface waters are not waters of the US. So in the proposed order, we purposely categorized category 1 spills to be spills that would be a Federal Clean Water Act violation, and any enforcement to these category 1 spills would be accordingly. So we basically categorize this first category for enforcement purposes as enforcement to spills to a water of the US is different than enforcement to other waters, which all are cumulatively waters of the state. So I believe there's that difference, right, Afruz, that the existing order says a spill to a surface water, and we are defining category 1 even closer to where it's a water of the US.
That's correct, Diana. The definition of category 1 in the existing 2013 monitoring and reporting is discharges of untreated or partially treated wastewater of any volume resulting from an enrollee's sanitary sewer system failure or flow conditions that reach surface water and or reach a drainage channel tributary to a surface water, or reach a municipal separate storm sewer system, MS4, and are not fully captured and returned to the sanitary sewer system, or not otherwise captured and disposed of properly.
Okay, very good. And I see a follow-up that Andy wants us to look at the hollow bullets in the order for this, because he'd like to know what's the difference between the bullets. So as you pull that up, and you can switch the display, again, we want to state that as the existing order is written, a category 1 would be to any surface water, but not necessarily a Clean Water Act violation. We purposely made category 1 to solely involve federal Clean Water Act violation, which means any volume of water to a water of the United States. Okay, and then the remaining spill categories are for all other spills, regardless of whether they reach a water or not. All right, so let's see, Andy was referring to the hollow bullets.
It's on
Right there?
section 530.
Okay, very good. So a category 1 spill, okay, so as stated in the proposed order, I'm going to read this word for word. A category 1 spill is a spill of any volume of sewage from or caused by a sanitary sewer system regulated under this order that results in the discharge to first sub-bullet, waters of the United States, or a drainage conveyance system tributary to waters of the United States. And the second hollow bullet is a drainage conveyance system that discharges to waters of the United States when the sewage is not fully captured and returned to the sanitary sewer system or disposed of properly. So what's the difference between the two? So I see where you're saying the overlap, Andy, and there is an overlap. And maybe this could be better clarified by having the first bullet, which is sewage to waters of the United States or to drainage that is tributary to such a federal water, and a clarification that a drainage system that discharges to a water of the US is a category 1 spill when it's not fully captured or returned. So maybe I see your points. The second bullet should actually be a clarification. What we're trying to clarify here is truly that push that if a sewer spill is fully captured in a conveyance, in a drainage conveyance system, then it is not a category 1 spill. And that is because a municipal separate storm sewer system in and of itself is not a water of the US. It is municipal property. So if the sewage is cleaned up fully in its entirety in the municipal storm drain system or in any other drainage conveyance system, then it would not be a category 1 spill because it doesn't reach that federal water. So if this was written to where the second hollow bullet was made into a clarification, would that satisfy your concerns? Ah, yes. Thank you, Andy, for responding so quickly. So thank you. And we're going to make note of that. But again, if you can jot that into your public comments, that would be wonderful.
All right, next question.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Andy's saying, I just imagine how hard it would be to untrain everyone. Thank you for that comment, Andy. We know we just are needing for everyone, all of us that protect the environment, which includes all the enrollees and all the treatment plants and so forth. We're all protecting the environment at different levels. We just do need everyone to understand that our priorities change and we need to be more efficient with our resources at the state level and at the local level. So yes, it will be hard to untrain everyone, but if the proposed order is as adopted, we will be involved with CWEA and any other assistance we can provide as regulators to be involved in any training that's affiliated with implementing a new order. Thank you.
Okay, next comment question from Jim Fisher, referencing slide 63 for large SSOs. Many systems are currently not prepared for large SSO monitoring, what I'm seeing. The large SSO monitoring preparedness needs to be more clearly defined as a requirement with Ssmp spill response plan.
Very good. So, so the answer to that is yes. And there's kind of an organizational overlap here. Our attachment E1 is intended to focus on notification requirements, monitoring requirements, and reporting requirements for each spill. The Ssmp does need to include that. It does need to have the appropriate staff and everyone available to respond to such to the spills and people that are qualified to do the monitoring. So I see that that overlap is something that's the agency, each agency needs to decide how to fit that into their sewer system management plan, which staff it is, and so forth, where our order is simply providing what's required in the sewer system management plan, the emergency response plan, and the spill monitoring requirements. I hope you don't see that as we're ducking out. Afrouz and I and everyone on the team is concerned on where we repeat things or interreference things that just makes everything more confusing. Because honestly, the monitoring requirements are not only with the emergency response plan, they're also with a lot of other procedures that go into a sewer system management plan. So basically, we look to you and other professionals to get this sorted out on a system-specific basis for different enrollees.
Next, I see a comment from Paul Cossey. Thank you for asking the Siwix group to prepare the required annual report. Happy again to assist with this development of the report.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I also just in front of the screen see a comment from Jim Fisher. Now for everyone here, Jim Fisher used to work for the State Water Board in the Office of Enforcement. He's very knowledgeable on what's going on out there. He recently, the years past, a year or two ago, retired. Jim is making the statement here that the 2013 monitoring reporting program required large sewer system overflow monitoring, but still not happening in many agencies. So having it better defined in the order is needed in the emergency response plan. Okay, actually that's a good comment, Jim, if you'll include them in your public comments. This is exactly what we're trying to get after, is those enrollees that are not complying. We have many enrollees that are complying, and unfortunately, those in non-compliance are pulling down the entire effort to protect our waters.
My right is asking, is there any protocols for estimating spill volume?
Afrouz, would you like to answer that?
We have not provided any techniques. It's up to each agency to use the best technology available to them and use trained staff to estimate the volume of their spill.
And go ahead, Walter.
I was going to mention that on our sanitary sewer overflow reduction program webpage, we do have a section that is called the Sanitary Sewer Overflow Reduction Program Library, to which there are helpful guides in there. And one of them is a spill estimation guide that was provided by Orange County. So we don't provide it directly, but we do have reference guides.
Thank you, Walter. And we do recall in our informal discussions, I believe it was partly by Andy Morrison and others, just a recognition that more training is needed out there for estimating volume. And if you notice in the proposed order, we have added the reporting of volume estimation, basically show your work, just simply because there's concern that from some enrollees, we always see that 999 or less volume estimation. We truly want to see how the volume is estimated. And CWEA is aware of this need for training, and hopefully we'll get that training through CWEA and lots of other training organizations that are out there.
I see a comment from Rosanna Lacara regarding provision 2.34. The ELAP requirement may only apply to laboratory required testing and should exclude field testing in 2.32.
Thank you, Rosanna. Yes, our ELAP, Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, is back up and running full force under the management of Christine Sotelo and so forth. And the ELAP requirements are requirements for certified environmental laboratories and for their accreditation. So you are correct that those requirements do not apply directly to field testing. When we state in the order that field equipment must be properly maintained and calibrated, we are referring to either the manufacturer's recommendations and or any other recommendations, especially if that equipment belongs to a contracted lab and that testing is being performed by through a contract you have with a laboratory, even though it's field testing. But yes, that's correct. The ELAP requirements are for accreditation and certification of the environmental laboratory itself. If there is an area in the proposed order that is linking ELAP requirements to field testing, we will need to locate that and correct that.
Next question from Jeff G. On the previous slide, will those lab sampling items be required for all Category 1 spills?
How about if we flip back to that slide, and Afrouz, will you answer that, please?
I think, is it for another slide, Steve. It's the slide that talks about monitoring requirements. These are for spills of 50,000 gallons or greater to a surface water, that these 3 bullets: conduct sampling and analysis no later than 12 hours, 3 receiving water samples, and also analyzing receiving water for ammonia and bacteria.
So in a nutshell, the proposed order only requires laboratory analysis for when there is a spill estimated to be 50,000 gallons or greater to a surface water. And so this is intentionally a surface water, any surface water of the state, not just the water of the US. Let's go up a couple slides to make sure we clarify the field testing. He said that one. So I'm following the chat while you're flipping around. A different slide due to terrain of our city. We have lots of waterways, so we need to go and get a baseline of all these waterways that storm drains drain into. You're probably better at this, Renan. That's why you're doing it.
I'll just go along with the next question if that's fine. Refugio, actually, it's more of a comment too, but Refugio Jimenez is mentioning staff are on vacation. Will this training be made available again?
Repeat that. If
I believe he's indicating that his staff is on vacation, so he's asking if this training, I take it, this workshop, will be made available again.
I see. We are providing these staff level workshops today and tomorrow. The timing was intentional to give enough time to interested parties to look at the proposed order after we released it, then so that you can craft your questions to us. And then that will then in turn give enough time, which is a little less than 3 weeks before the March 15th board workshop. So we see this, thank you for seeing this as a training. We see this as a clarification. We will not be providing this workshop again during the public comment period. We will be providing similar staff workshops after we issue out a final draft order. Again, if there's anything we can do as staff to help clarify what's in our proposed order at this time, we're happy to do so. If that means maybe a Zoom meeting with your staff when they come back. I want to continue stressing that what you see in the proposed order at this time is a snapshot of what staff is proposing at this stage of the development process. It can change again and again as we get closer to a final draft and what is considered for adoption. And even at an adoption meeting, that final draft order can continue changing until our state water board puts down their gavel, makes the decision. So I would recommend that if you're asking for training of your staff in order to appropriately provide public comments, please reach out to us if your staff that's going to assist with developing public comments are on vacation right now. If you're looking for training for what is ultimately adopted, we will be working with CWEA right off the bat to make sure we get that training ready for what is adopted. And as we proceed with publicly noticing a final draft, we will once again be providing these type of workshops.
Also, Diana, I wanted to add that we are gonna post the recordings of this workshop on our website. So if anybody needs to go back and look at the recordings or look at the presentations, it will be available.
That's very true. Thank you. Renan, I noticed that we were really not understanding Jeff G's question. He's asking if he can be unmuted. I think this might be a circumstance that we allow unmuting. I'm hoping not to open up a can that everyone wants to be unmuted, because we're trying really hard to keep on time and control. But will you see if you can unmute Jeff G, because he keeps asking the question and we're not getting it.
I'll try. I don't know if Paul might be the one that has rights to unmute, but I think he's referring to the language when we mentioned tributary to a water. You know, we have tributary to a water of the US, but we have channels. So he's trying to assess, will we need to look at all the waterways in the region to determine if they could have an effect or not, and whether it categorizes a spill category 1 or not. That's how I interpret that question.
Okay, very good. So let's answer that. And Jeff, if we're still not getting it, please don't give up. All right. So the question here, or the response that's going to be provided, has to do with how does an enrollee identify if the waters in their jurisdiction are waters of the United States, which would be a category 1 and would trigger the necessary follow-up monitoring reporting requirements, as well as the notification requirements, or if they are not a water of the US. Oh, there's Jeff. We got you unmuted. Go right ahead.
So I'm going to respect the time, but I'm just, with this slide, this covers category 1 of any spill volume. As far as receiving water field sampling at the bottom, that's my question.
Yes, this covers, let's go over this. Changes to monitoring. Receiving water sampling. Yes, for spills that discharge into any surface water. So it covers category 1 because waters of the US are surface waters. It also covers any other non-federal surface waters that are there that receive spilled sewage.
Okay, so a small, sorry.
Yet, Afruz, I'd like you to add the caveats, please, of the size of the spill that this fits into.
For this receiving water field sampling, it applies the pH, turbidity, temperature, and dissolved oxygen applies to any category that discharge to a surface water. But if we go to the next slide, that 50,000 gallon or greater, then they need to also take samples for ammonia and bacteria.
All right, very good. So if we can go to the previous slide, what Jeff is asking about. Wonderful. So Jeff, to respond specifically to what you're asking, receiving water field sampling, and which may be changed to field testing, is for any spill of any category that discharges into a surface water of the state. So that's either a water of US or a non-federal surface water. And yes, that is field testing for pH, turbidity, temperature, and dissolved oxygen.
So to round out my, so to round out my question, being that our district has a ton of little rivers and waterways that could receive a sewage spill, we would need to do some sort of baseline testing to make sure that when we would do pH, turbidity, temperature, dissolved oxygen, that the water is truly affected, right? We would have to have a baseline for each of these little waterways, so that way when we do field testing, that we know it truly is affected. Because
I see what you're saying.
that's so
mhm.
I'll go ahead and mute myself, but that's what I was trying to get across. Sorry for all the verbiage in the chat.
No, and thank you for clarifying that. And so I understand what you're stating about knowing the baseline of the receiving waters. We are hesitating to require baseline monitoring of all the receiving waters because that's at a huge cost, and we really wouldn't know what to do with all that information. Yet I could see where you as a regulated agency would want to know that to see if it's your spill that's causing the elevated pH and turbidity and temperature and dissolved oxygen changes. So thank you for clarifying that. I guess the answer is yes, if that's how you would want to run your own specific monitoring, is to get that baseline. We're not requiring the baseline. Okay. Renan, are there other questions?
Yes, there's more questions. Let me go on. Miguel Medina is asking, the water quality sampling and analysis requirement to sample and test may conflict with employee bargaining units and MOUs regarding standby time.
I don't know what to say. I mean, we are talking about raw sewage spills here. Please, in your public comments, if you have some concrete information that shows that what is being required here is not feasible is not possible, is not legally possible for an enrollee to fulfill, we do ask that you provide that information in your public comments. Steve, I saw your video go on. Are you concerned for time?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think it's a good time to take a break after that last question. Well, I'll take a 10-minute break. It's been about 2 hours. I have noted where we have left off with the questions. I would like for us to continue after the break, finish up session 7, which hopefully will be pretty brief, and kind of wrap things up, and then allow for us to circle back and answer any residual questions from this session or any other sessions before. But just to make sure that we finish our presentation for the day.
Wonderful, thank you.
So it is, let's say 2:28. Let's return at 2:38 for session 7. Thank you, everyone.
Great.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You're going to have a nice break. We are going to continue to finish up the last session of our presentation, session 7. Once we get through those questions, we're going to come back to the questions here in session 6 and answer any residual ones there. And Diana Messina also would like to mention that, if there's any questions that are going to overflow, we can be available to stay a little after the presentation as well to make sure all of the questions you have are addressed. So without further ado, I'd like to turn this over to Afruz to finish this up.
Thanks, Steve. Hopefully this will be a short session. I only have 2 slides and we will try to answer as many questions as we can before the end of the public workshop. The reason for requiring service, next slide, please. The reason for requiring service area boundary maps is for the water boards to have information of areas not served by a sewer system for any future septic to sewer consolidation regulations. Another reason is to address regulations that affect both drinking water agencies and wastewater agencies. Next slide, please. The proposed order requires enrollees to submit into Siwix an electronic map of their service area for each of their sewer systems. For existing enrollees, the due date is within 12 months of the effective date of the general order. For new enrollees, the due date is within 12 months from the approval of their application for enrollment. We understand that disadvantaged communities may lack technical expertise to funding to develop these maps. So we have provided an email address in the proposed order that if a disadvantaged community needs assistance, they can send an email and the State Water Board staff will work with the enrollee and put them in contact with the appropriate regional water board staff or maybe other agencies or associations that can assist them. That's the end of this presentation, Steve. Any questions on this session?
I'm not seeing any coming in the chat, and I don't think anything's gone to Renan. So I'm just going to give the opportunity for anybody else to have their questions now. Otherwise, we can just return to the previous section's questions. Let's see which one's coming in. All right, Renan, I don't want to step on your toes. I'm going to let you take care of these questions.
So do we want to go back to where we were left off, or you want to address the questions?
I think there's been like 2 that came in from Paul and Mary that we can address for session 7. And if there's no more questions, we'll go back to session 6.
All right, I'll go ahead and start with Paul's question. Is still requiring WDIDs of other agencies?
Are we still requiring WDIDs of other agencies? I think, Afruz, do you understand that question? Otherwise, we might need a little bit more.
I did a comment on the mapping to be submitted.
I think previously in the informal draft, we required that they include waste discharge identification number for the drinking water agency, but I think we have removed it from this draft, but I can't say for 100% that's true, but I think we have removed it.
Okay, in the meantime, will you or Walter look into the proposed order?
I have looked into the proposed order, and as far as what is required to be included are just major streets, city, county boundaries, and other landmarks necessary to appropriately identify location of service area boundaries and location of wastewater treatment facilities that treat systems waste if in same service area boundary. So I read through there and I only see the requirement of a waste discharge identification number, which is WDID, for the enrollees sewer system service area boundaries for each identified system.
Okay, very good. So yes, I think that question was from Mary. So Mary, you were referring to what was in the informal draft, which we took in the feedback. I believe a lot of the feedback was that that's difficult for lots of enrollees to obtain the drinking water permit ID number and so forth. So we stripped out what we were informally looking at and landed with this, with what Walter just went over. I hope that answered your question.
There's a secondary comment that Paul is including. It says not storm systems in and around the service areas.
So what does that mean? Renan, is there more information or context?
No, that's all I see.
All right, so again, the boundary maps, the electronic boundary maps, the purpose of our proposing that each sanitary sewer enrollee under this order provides a boundary map is so that we as staff can electronically put it all together and piece together the areas of the state that are served by sanitary sewers. So it's not affiliated with an enrollee's individual compliance with this order and sewer spills. It's affiliated with additional attention the state water board and the regional water boards need to place on areas that are not served by sanitary sewers and additional work, additional funding necessary. So with the boundary maps, we truly are only asking for the actual boundary and any other information that will assist us in piecing together the individual jurisdictional boundaries into a larger map. Therefore, we are not asking for storm drain information on this boundary map.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was asking, I think. Do we have to include the storm systems in and around?
No, only what's being asked in the order for the boundary maps.
As part of the sewer system management plan, we require maps of the system that will include storm drains, storm systems within the service area, but not the service area boundary map. They are two different things.
And that's a very important detail. As we've learned through a lot of our outreach and our informal discussions that many of the enrollee employees that are out in the field do not know where the storm drain leads to from the gutter that is in the street in which the sewage spill is flowing into. I do have to say that is critically important for several reasons. To start with, for many of the municipal drainage conveyance systems, that system goes straight into a receiving water. However, it may not go in the direction of a receiving water as you would think, because storm drains and sewer systems may actually not flow in the same direction. So it's critical to know where that spilled sewage is flowing to. A second reason is because many municipalities are rerouting some of their storm drains into regional best management practices and infrastructure to capture that storm water and allow it to infiltrate into groundwater. So unless you know where your storm drain is flowing to, you may not understand that your spill is going into a drainage system that has been plumbed to collect the storm water and infiltrate into groundwater. So whereas you may be reporting it as a category 1 spill, it may actually be a category through 4 spill. And that's critical because that means it is not a Clean Water Act violation. So there's different reasons why it's critical to understand where your spill is being transported to in your drainage conveyance systems throughout your service area.
Diana, Paul is also asking to look at section D4, actually in attachment D4, section 4.1 for the storm requirements.
For the
Storm requirement.
Great, okay. And if we can pull that section up, please. And I believe that is the section, it may be section 4.1 or 4.2, that is listing what must be required in the sewer system management plan. And in that list, there is a map of the sewer system infrastructure and also information on the storm sewers. Paul, if you have a question regarding that, please enter it in. Otherwise, I am confirming that we do ask for information regarding the storm sewers to be included in the sewer system management plan.
And he just wanted to share this for the group information, not necessarily that he wants to see it.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead with the next question. I think it came from, let me move this. From Mary Cousins, could you confirm the boundary map is a one-time requirement?
Afruz, I will look to you for that.
In the informal draft order we had for disadvantaged communities only, we proposed to have a one-time reporting of their sewer service area boundary, but we heard a lot of feedback that disadvantaged communities need the same level of requirements when it comes to this. And so in this proposed order, no, everybody needs to update it with their annual report. It's not a one-time, it needs to be updated to reflect any changes.
And basically, I don't know how often a boundary would change. I assume if a boundary changes, that's a major mapping event and a major decision from the governing entities. So those changes may not happen very often. We solely want to make sure that we have the most updated boundaries as the years go on.
Next question from Derek. In the Ssmp, you mentioned that we need to add storm lines. If there are several entities responsible for stormwater, say 5 or more, that's going to be hard to get all those into a map that is legible within the Ssmp. Many agencies just provide map books. Any suggestions?
Yes, the suggestion is that you make reference to the specific map books. We do not want to add a lot of unnecessary work. However, we do want to see procedures in the management plan that indicates that your staff have that information. And if we want to link that information, or excuse me, or that link or that description would be provided in the management plan that we have accessible to the public.
Next question from Ken Robbins. What if the sewer agency does not own or maintain the local storm drains? I plotted catch basin locations on my GIS layer, but not the storm drain piping.
Okay, very good. We anticipate that the sanitation agency or the sanitation agency that owns the sewer does not necessarily own the municipal storm drains. That's basically coordination that is necessary. Coordination both in how do you work when there's emergency response needed to a spill, as well as pre-planning coordination on having the information so you know where your spilled sewage is traveling to. So if you're not the same agency, as we're proposing in the order, it would require some interagency coordination for that information.
Also, I wanted to clarify on Ken's question. He said I plotted catch basin locations on my GIS layer, but not the storm drain piping. And for the electronic map, we're not asking for the storm drains to be included on that GIS layer. That's, again, like we reiterated in the sewer system management plan, we're just asking for a map.
And our intention there is enough information in the management plan so that it is known where that storm drain outlet is and where that drain drains into when it drains into a surface water or a stormwater capture infrastructure.
Let me see what. I see other questions, but they're not related to this section. So we probably catch them out later. Another question that would apply here is, let me see. Yeah, they're asking about the previous questions. So again, we'll get back to those. So I'm trying to find any questions that are related to this specific session right now, and I don't see any more.
Okay, then we may be at the time in the workshop to just start answering all the questions remaining.
How about we go through the next step? So if anybody has to leave, they leave and then come back to questions.
Ah, very good.
Next steps in this proposed order reissuance process are State Water Board public workshop on March 15th of this year. End of the public comment period is on April 8th. After that, the State Water Board staff will respond to public comments and revise the draft order based on consideration of all the public comments received during the State Water Board workshop or submitted through written means. We anticipate that the State Water Board will consider adoption of this proposed order sometime this year in 2022. Next slide, please. If this order is adopted as proposed, the order becomes effective 90 to 120 days after adoption date. Staff will modify Siwix to accommodate new requirements. Existing enrollees will need to certify in Siwix for continuation of regulatory coverage within 60 days prior to the effective date of this order. New audits and sewer system management plan will be due per the schedule in the new order. This concludes my presentation, and we can go back and answer any questions that's left over from previous session.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much for your questions and your participation. For those who have to get off early, you can now. Our presentation is completed. And for those that would like to stick around, we're going to go back to session 6 questions where we left off before the break. Yeah, if you are aware of any interested parties that are not subscribed to our statewide email system, please pass along this information to them. I'll leave the screen up for your reference, as this is how we will be providing all further updates through this email system and our website. Thanks. Renan, I'm going to kick it back to you to resume where we left off with our questions before the break.
Certainly. Here's a question from Sarah Schlicht. Are we expected to know the difference, or is there a difference between a surface water of the state for field testing and a water of the US to define category 1? This may be difficult for staff to differentiate. Also, will there be a time frame specified for the field sampling, pH, turbidity, etc., when this must be conducted?
I was on mute, excuse me. Thank you, Sarah, for your question. I'm going to answer the first part of your question, and then Afrouz and Walter can answer the second part. So the first part of the question is your staff expected to know the difference between a water of the United States and a non-federal water as they are out in the field? The answer is basically yes, that your staff and your agency need to know in your jurisdiction which of the surface waters are waters of the US and which are not. That is a critical piece of information necessary for you to report appropriately and for you to notify the Office of Emergency Services when necessary. Also for you to follow up and defend yourself and work with the regional boards for discretionary enforcement. Where do you find this information? If you were to come to us at the State Water Board, we would not be able to assist you on differentiating which is a water of the United States. You will need to contact your regional board and or pull up the regional board basin plan, which is online, and identify through the basin plan. The regional water board's basin plans, and those are their water quality control plans specifically for their region, identifies all the major segments of waters of the United States and provides water quality standards for those major surface water segments. Those water quality standards, unless noted otherwise, are based on federal California toxic rule or more stringent regional board specific standards that are needed and that the regional board itself has identified more stringent than federal standards are needed. Now, basin plan and the water quality standards works on what's called the tributary rule, which means that any tributary that drains into those waters of the United States are held to the same requirements as the downstream waters of the US. And are waters of the US if they're surface waters. So it's very important to understand this. It can be very easy for the identification of a water of the US. Let's say in the Sacramento area, we know, of course, the American River, the Sacramento River, they're waters of the United States, they're major and natural water bodies. Anything that drains in our Sacramento area, unless it drains into groundwater, is most probably draining into the American River or the Sacramento River. That's just an example, but you have to actually get specific to your jurisdiction. Please keep in mind that there are some waters of the United States that are actually box concrete culverts. And so just because you don't see a surface water doesn't mean that there isn't a water of the United States. Examples of this are in the LA region or other larger metropolitan areas that maybe there was a natural water body that flowed through an area that now is a major freeway or a major developed area, to where that water body now flows through a man-made structure. That is still a water of the US. Therefore, it's very intricate, as well as important for your agency and your maps to understand which are waters of the US and which are not. If we provide examples of desert area, there's going to be washes and other type of surface water bodies that may not be waters of the United States. In those regions, you'll probably be identifying fewer federal waters and more so surface waters that are not federal. So that's basically the response and the expectation of the responsibilities. And I see Tim Regan of our Office of Chief Counsel has his hand up. Tim?
Right, thanks, Diana. Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I would just add the qualifier that the definition of a water of the United States is always in flux, and never more so than right now. I mean, there's been steady developments in the Supreme Court over the years. In our last presidential administration, there was an effort to tighten up the rule, limit what would be a water of the United States with the navigable water protection rule. The courts threw out that rule. Now the current administration is coming back with a revised rule that would broaden the definition of water of the United States. So it's really in flux, and it's obviously of critical importance to make this distinction. So I think it would be an excellent idea for any enrollee to work with their management, with their legal department, and get an idea ahead of time where they think their waters of the United States are, because so much turns on that determination.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, it's been constantly revolving legally for years. I will say that it may be easier for an enrollee to assume that all the surface waters are waters of the United States and comply with the order accordingly. In the proposed order, you'll see that a lot of the requirements are for discharges to surface waters. And so regardless of whether it's a federal surface water or not, the same requirements hold. For anywhere where there's different requirements, for example, notification of office. Oh, yes, notification to the Office of Emergency Services for any discharge, so water of the US. Depending on how you manage your staff resources, it may be more efficient to just make that call each time there is a discharge to a surface water. Again, there's that distinction between whether you're in a metropolitan area with lots of major surface waters or little creeks and rivers, versus if you're out in the desert and you may have a canal out there and you need to understand if that's federal or not. Renan?
Next question, it's referencing slide 57 from Robin Morishita. Has it been verified that all enrollees have maintained a website to post their documents to? Small disadvantaged enrollees may not have the funds, experience, or personnel to have and maintain a website.
That's correct, and it has not been verified. So on this slide, we're stating that the management plan and subsequent updates must be uploaded into Siwix. If that document is too large, then they need to report a link. So we are making the assumption that a smaller disadvantaged community, which may not have a website, would probably have a management plan that is a size that they can upload it. That it would be that any enrollee that has a management plan that's too large to upload would most probably be an enrollee with a website and with a link.
Renan, before we move on to the next question, I wanted to provide an answer to the second part of Sarah's question. She was asking if there is a time frame for monitoring, doing the field sampling. The order, this draft order does not have a time frame. However, the enrollees should sample in a timely manner as soon as they become aware of a spill, so that the sample is representative of what's actually the sewage that has entered the receiving water.
Afruz, is that per the reporting requirements also for each different category?
It's the field sampling that applies to all categories.
I see. And that sampling though has to be reported, right? Per the requirements?
That has to be reported.
I see. So that basically lays out a time frame to get the results back in time, or to have the results to comply with the reporting requirements.
Okay, we'll move on to the next question from Paul Cozy. We thought that the reduced reporting elements for SOS rate would exclude category 4 SSOs. What was that removed from the SSO's rate definition? What was that was removed from the SSO rate definition?
Will you repeat the question? Because I believe I understand what it is Paul's asking. We just need to make sure.
We thought that the reduced reporting elements for SOS rate would exclude category 4 SSOs. What was that removed from the SOS rate definition?
Okay, very good. So I believe that acronym you're talking about spills or sanitary sewer overflows, which are a spill. And during the informal time period, we were looking at different rates of spills per 100 miles and so forth. Again, that informal draft was for informal discussions to help us develop this proposed order. Paul, we could not justify that reduced rates, in which I believe you're talking about, and I don't have the exact definition in front of me, is not truly a criteria that links to reduced threats to a receiving water body. First of all, we were concerned that, or not concerned, it didn't make sense to us that any discharge to a water of the United States, which is a violation of Clean Water Act, should qualify for reduced reporting. So we did not include that. That's why there is the caveat in there that there cannot be any category 1 spills. The other rates, which if you can enter into the chats, but I think it was for any agencies that have less than a certain amount of spills per year, we ended up including that, but we made it more stringent. Overall, we listened very closely to the concern that small spills can have a substantial threat to a water body, and basically not to link it that it's a spill less than 50 gallons. So, so there is not a threat to a water body.
Next question from Chris Dembisak. In 2.33, receiving water sampling, please clarify if one sample per day at the 3 locations, spill, upstream, downstream, in 2.35 is required, or if 3 samples per location per day are required.
Afruz, we turn to you for that.
Steve, will you please bring that page up in the proposed order so we can all look at it together?
Yes, just give me one second.
E1.
So I believe, are we referring to attachment E1, which is the monitoring and reporting?
Yes, it's E1 page E1 5, page 5.
I guess while we're looking for that, Paul also had an additional comment. He said also had assumed that public lateral miles would not be included in this SOS rate requirement.
Okay, so let's answer that question while Renan has it up. Assuming that publicly owned laterals will not be part of this length requirement, is that what you're saying?
It says had assumed that public lateral miles will not be included in this SOS rate requirement. So public lateral miles will not be included.
We do not make the distinction in the proposed order on whether it's laterals or not. If the enrollee owns and operates laterals, that's part of their system. Afruz, am I correct with that?
Yes.
All right, so the first part of the question, if you can just repeat it for everyone.
Sure. In receiving water sampling, section 2.33, please clarify if one sample per day at the 3 locations, spill, upstream, downstream, and in 2.35 is required, or if 3 samples per location per day are required.
Let's start with scrolling up to 2.3.3, please. Okay, so in this section, this is receiving water sampling and analysis for spills of 50,000 gallons or greater. The enrollee shall conduct the sampling and analysis as soon as possible, but no later than 12 hours. Very good. 3 receiving water samples each day of the duration of the spill per the specifications, and at the receiving water sampling locations. So yes, the way this reads is that 3 receiving water samples each day of the duration of the spill at the receiving water locations in section 2.3.5. So yes, that would be 3 samples of the upstream and the other downstream locations.
So they're asking if it's 3 samples per location per day, or is 3 sample or 1 sample per day at the 3 locations.
So it's 3 samples per day per the locations in those subsequent sections. So it's not a total of 3 samples per day. It's a total of 3 samples per day per location. I can automatically see in reading this and listening to myself where there may be public comments here on, do we need 3 samples of upstream? This may be an area where we didn't intend that. So please let us know if you have comments on this through the public comment process.
Next question from Mary Phelps. This is not mentioned in the slides. However, in the order in table E2-1 under notification, it's required to notify the State Water Board within 2 hours of a Category 1 spill through the online Siwix system. Under reporting, it states submit draft spill report within 3 days of having knowledge of the spill. They seem to be contradictory. One states 2 hours for reporting to the State Water Board in Siwix, and then the other states 3 days to submit the report.
Fruz and Walter, will you please answer this?
Yes, we just realized this discrepancy too. And if you please provide the comment, we can fix it in the next revision to this draft. The notification, the 2-hour notification is just to the Office of Emergency Services of Category 1 spills, or spills to actually surface water. So this table is misleading. We don't require notification to the state or regional water boards on any Category 1 spills or spills to surface waters.
And the reason for that is contacting the Office of Emergency Service. That office will then contact the necessary agencies, including the regional boards. I see where the discrepancy is also in that second bullet. We are making the distinction that notification is when you notify an office that there has been a spill. Information going into Siwix is reporting. That's reporting to the State Water Board. So, so we do see this. This probably was lingering from informal discussions in the informal draft. So if you'll please make a comment on that and we will go in. I'm thinking this also may fall within a category that we may not need a public comment because it's obviously conflicting and we may need to fix it. So either way, thank you for bringing this forward.
Next question regarding cost of compliance, I believe, from Mary Cousins. Has the State Water Board assembled the information needed to estimate the cost of the required field sampling for pH, temperature, DO, and turbidity? If not, would you please coordinate with enrollees to develop these cost estimates? Current maintenance staff are not trained to conduct this sampling, and many enrollees do not own this equipment.
That's an excellent request. That is our intention. We are not placing staff resources on developing a range for cost of compliance until we have a solid draft that takes into account all public comments. Otherwise, we would just be redoing work. And typically, we always turn to CASA and representatives of CASA and CWEA and other associated associations to assist us with that information. So yes, we will be coordinating some external partnerships to help us gather those costs. In regards to needing to train staff, we will be needing to include that cost, and we are focusing in on what information is absolutely necessary to regulate sanitary sewers, and also what information is necessary for the enrollee to have to be able to manage their system per the requirements in the order. So we understand that there will be some costs for training staff to monitor for information that's needed, and that will be included in our estimate.
Next question, I think, is a follow-up question that Andy Morrison posed, and we may have answered it, but I can't recall. So what's the difference in the two hollow bullets in this draft?
I believe we did answer that. The second bullet was actually a clarification to the first hollow bullet. Andy, just let us know in the chat if we did not answer the current question that Renan is asking.
Next question from Sam Rose. I believe the spill definitions have changed in another way. They all include the phrase from or caused by. This is problematic. In some cases, near jurisdictional intersections, boundaries of different systems, a blockage in the downstream system could overflow from a manhole in the upstream system.
That is correct, Sam. And we are purposely focusing in on that. Your example you're giving is, let's say there's two systems. One system flows into, let's say system A flows into system B before the sewage continues to flow further towards the wastewater treatment plant. If there is a blockage in system B, which is the downstream system, that blockage could cause a spill in system A. And so we put in this language specifically so that even if it is system A that has the spill, that reports the spill, that notifies OES and so forth, that we have this documented in the order that it is system B that actually caused the spill, and that spill should be associated with system B, not with system A. The backup went all the way up to system A, causing the spill, but the cause was in system B. So yes, that's correct. And we intentionally did that to define the spill and who the spill actually belongs to.
Next question from David Dolphin. Oftentimes in Southern California, it can be difficult to access the concrete flood control channels to conduct receiving water field sampling. The flood control district must be notified in order to gain access. And by the time they respond, our agency may not be able to obtain a representative sample.
Yes, that's correct. So the response to this is twofold. If you'll see, one of the additions in the proposed order from the existing order is that we are proposing a requirement for sanitation agency coordination with drainage agencies to make sure you have all the information that both agencies can respond as quickly as possible to a sewer spill as appropriate for going into their gates, for uncovering their manholes, for getting whichever crew is necessary down into that system to stop as much sewage as possible. So there is the additional requirement for that pre-planned coordination. When it comes to the actual spill, if the spill unfortunately goes further and you're not able to monitor, then there is a place in Siwix where you can provide the justification for any non-compliance. And I believe that's also in the reporting requirements, where if there is unintentional non-compliance to report it. So we would say to comply with the order, the enrollee should come forward as soon as possible and provide the justification for why the monitoring was not possible.
Okay, now I see Andy Morrison's response. We did acknowledge and responded to his questions. He just had a comment. I just imagine how hard it will be to untrain everybody. More clear language makes it easier. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Andy.
Next question from Ed Oyama. Requiring collection maintenance staff to take field water samples is problematic, as they are not necessarily capable to act in a lab technician capacity. In my opinion, I will rather have them obtain water quality samples for bacterial testing. Also, carrying sensitive instruments in their trucks is not conducive to maintaining instrument calibration. Also, it would seem appropriate to identify a minimum spill level that will trigger sampling. For example, a 50-gallon spill may not be traceable by the time they are able to take samples.
Very good, thank you. I will share our water board staff perspective on that. We do not know the impact of a 50-gallon spill unless there is monitoring, unless there's the visual observations, and if it makes it into water of the US, it can make it into a small creek, it can make it into a location where there's active spawning. So there is importance when it comes to the monitoring, even for small spills. The importance also goes towards the enrollee, because with your monitoring, you have information to show that maybe the spill was not impacting the receiving water as much as maybe others may be stating that it was impacting. When it comes to the qualifications for field crews, we are regulating raw sewage here. The state and regional water boards have orders for stormwater professionals to be out in the field and conduct monitoring, for wastewater professionals, etc. We understand how currently operators do not have those qualifications. We're just sharing the staff perspective. We're talking about raw sewage here, and it's extremely important when there is a spill to know the extent, and if it reaches a surface water, to have information to understand the impact. So if the State Water Board adopts the proposed order as proposed, this would trigger a change in which the field crew would have to have increased knowledge, or you would have to have staff that's available that can go out in response to a spill to monitor. That's going to be an area that I am more than confident we're going to get lots of comments with folks not concurring on this. And it's important that we get those comments so we consider them. And as we consider public comments, we're always communicating with our board members through briefings, through updates, and so forth. And so we will definitely be having discussions on this.
There's a question from Paul that's really not necessarily related to the workshop, but he's asking, can all the chat questions be made available to participants?
I believe so. So I believe the way to do it is before we close out the Zoom meeting, Steve and others, if you will please make sure to save the chat into the document that Zoom allows. We will save the chat, and I don't see any reason why we cannot post it, because we've already informed everyone that this meeting was being recorded. So Steve and others, let's plan on not closing out the Zoom meeting until we've saved the chat.
Okay, now I'm going to read the last questions that came after the last session that would be related to other topics. From Derek, in the SSMP, you mentioned that we need to add storm lines. If there are several entities responsible for stormwater, say 5 or more, that's going to be hard to get all those into a map that is legible within the Ssmp. Many agencies just provide map books. I think we addressed this one already.
We did, and again, if something ends up getting too complicated, it can be addressed through making references. Making the reference in your Ssmp to other documents that are already established.
Okay, from the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, why are you requiring a wastewater operator to be a responsible person, sign, report, review, etc., and not making a collections operator responsible? Wastewater operators are not trained in collections. Collections is a totally separate certification and training. Why not make municipalities to have a collection certified operator for this if they do not take one now? Wastewater and collections are two totally different certifications and jobs. Sewer collections is not what wastewater operators do.
And that is correct, that wastewater treatment operation and collection system operation are two separate jobs. We did not include the wastewater treatment plant operator components in the informal draft. And that did trigger some conversation, including conversation that there are some agencies in which their wastewater treatment plant operators also manage the collection system. That applies to lots of agencies in which they own both the treatment plant and the collection system. There are other agencies that may not have access to a collection system operator, but there may be a wastewater treatment plant operator in which their system flows into that is knowledgeable and has the skills. That is truly a system-specific determination. We have the same concern that a wastewater treatment plant operator can't just be pulled out of their job to sign a sewer system management plan. However, we are giving this option simply for those systems in which the wastewater treatment plant operator would qualify and has the expertise to read the sewer system management plan and see where there's gaps where the actual operation maintenance is not addressed. Thank you for that comment. We would like to hear, those type of comments to re-examine that if necessary.
Next question from Joe Jenkins. For reporting requirements for SSOs, private SSOs are voluntary for reporting. If a private sewer owner is required to enroll, do they now have to report all of their private SSOs?
So thank you for bringing that forward, Joe. One of the reasons why a regional board may order a private system to enroll under this order is because that system has been found to be problematic. That private system continues to spill and so forth. If that private system is spilling and the adjacent publicly owned system owner, or most probably the publicly owned system owner that is receiving their waste or receiving their spill on their streets, chooses to do so, they could call the regional board, let them know of this problem. If this privately owned system does end up being enrolled in this order, then yes, their spills need to be reported per this order. So for example, If that private system has a spill and it flows into a water of the United States, that's a category 1. And they need to follow all the exact requirements in this order, regardless of if they are privately owned or publicly owned, with the exception of where there's distinctions in requirements.
Next question from Kyra Barbosa. Can you provide clarification for category 4 online spill reporting exemption with 50% certified O&M staff? Is this just 50% certification requirement intended just for collection staff or for all O&M staff?
Now, Friz and I and others, we had this discussion. And at first, when we had wording that said 50% of enrollee staff needs to be certified, then we start getting into the consideration, does that mean administrative assistants? Does that mean lab staff? You know, what does that mean? So we had made the decision to propose that it's 50% of the staff necessary to operate the system. So it's the staff that are out there operating the system. As we see them operating the system, we are assuming that it's also the same staff that maintains it, except there continues to be those ongoing exceptions. Maintaining a system means cutting out tree roots. Well, is it your staff that's cutting out the tree roots, or do you contract out to a different contractor that cuts out your tree roots? So you can see this exponentially getting into the question of which staff is it. So we have in there that it's at least 50% of the operating staff that actually operate the system. If you have any ideas of further clarification that would assist, or your opinion on if you like this option or not, please let us know through public comments.
Next is a comment/question from Andy Morrison. I heard storm system is not required to be on the system map, but it looks like 4.1 says stormwater conveyance system. A category 4 by definition is not a category 1.
Okay, so I see several questions being asked in there. We are confirming that the storm systems do not have to be in the boundary map. We're also confirming that section 4 of attachment E1 that lists which maps and infrastructure information needs to be in the Ssmp maps does include storm drains. So we are confirming that. What was the last part of the question, Renan?
It indicated that category 4 by definition is not a category 1.
That's correct. A category 4 is not a category 1. And let me go ahead and give an example. Let's say there's a 25-gallon spill, a spill. It exits the system. It goes up on the street. There is a 25-gallon spill. If that spill makes it into a gutter, it flows down into a water of the United States, that is a category 1 spill. If that spill makes it into another surface water that is not a water of the US, that's a category 4 spill. If that spill doesn't even make it to a receiving water, it's just 25-gallon spill, that's a category 4 spill. A category 1 spill is only whatever volume, any volume of sewage that makes it to a water of the US. Any other spill that is less than 50 gallons that goes elsewhere, that is a category 4 spill. And I see a Fruz coming on.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I think we've answered Andy's questions. He sent
Very
a
good.
follow-up check.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, I have one almost final comment, I think, from Rosanna Lacara. Please consider regarding field testing equipment. It is true that 2 of the instruments to be reliable must be regularly maintained and calibrated. Sometimes it takes several hours for them to stabilize. That includes turbidity and dissolved oxygen. Better, fewer, and reliable data than data that's questionable.
Better, fewer, reliable data than data that is questionable. Absolutely, that's true. And it also leads to the need to keep equipment ready to go, maintained and calibrated. But that's a correct system. Better, good data and fewer data than questionable data.
Okay. Common question from Stephen Stallings. There's water coming out of the back of the institution. I am new to the facility and have limited knowledge of the existing stormwater system. I have been told by an employee who worked on the original construction of the facility, who stated it was built on top of the water table. Since we are approximately 20 miles from the ocean, how can I research this to verify that this is true and stop the potential fines from illicit discharge of water into the MS4 stormwater system?
I see. So and Renan, correct me if I'm wrong, there's water spilling out from behind the institution. If that water is rising groundwater, that's one issue, which does not involve the sewer system. Yet it's an important issue which needs to be addressed. If the sewer system is in an area where there's a high groundwater table, it's important to identify that high groundwater table. And I would say that you either need to work with the municipality or obtain information on groundwater elevation somehow, some way to identify what water is actually spilling. If you know that the water that's spilling has any sewage in it, then that needs to be reported as a sewage spill, because any sewage in water makes it sewage.
I do not see any more questions.
Wow. Wonderful. I and the Fruz and Steve and Walter and Renan and all of us here at the State Water Board, we truly thank everyone for participating. Steve, would you like to take it away?
Yeah, we just want to thank everyone again for your participation and your attendance today. I do want to quickly note that I'm not sure if it was in the meeting settings how this was set up. This is the Paul Kazi. We may not be able to save this chat. We're going to find out once we close out if they give us an option, but our host has informed me that that is not an option at this time. So we will get back to you, but I do want to just remind you that the entirety of this recording will be available online should you need to get any information from today's presentation. If there are no more questions coming in, which I don't see any, yeah, we just want to thank you and just remind you that we do have another presentation or another workshop tomorrow. So please let anyone know, but I guess they would have to register. So anyways, thank you for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And Steve, please don't close out the meeting yet. Thank you.
Paul is in charge of that. I am not the host. So.
Paul's in charge. All right, Paul, please don't close out the meeting.
Recording stopped.